Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension. It is Saturday, and that means it's time for some more dungeons and some dragons, in some amount or order at some point.
We still have no dragons.
Still no dragons.
Really
Still
not
no
much of either, honestly.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I am excited for today's episode. Little disclaimer there. I've been under the weather for the past couple days, so I'm gonna let these guys take the show and run with it, and we'll see where it goes. No, I should have plenty planned, and I'm super excited. Big announcement I would say for this week is that if you have not checked out the Patreon, please consider doing that, because we put up a very exciting me and Taylor one-on-one D&D mini session. By mini session, I do mean that it was about 3 hours long, because there
Jesus
is
Literally
fuck.
2 hours and 59 minutes.
a lot chalked in there. We got some great character insight from Aquila, great headspace, a lot of really good sort of character development there, I think, and a ton of world history and whatnot, lore. So I think we both thought it was pretty exciting. Very different take on the game. I've not done a real one-on-one D&D before. I know I've done a few just text-based sort of mini sessions throughout the week via Discord with some of these guys before we got started streaming, but this is the first sort of recorded sit down and actually play a one-on-one game. So I thought it was really exciting. There's a lot in there, and none of that information is going to be necessarily required to know what is going on. I'm sure Aquila will be filling these guys in to some extent as to what she got up to. But if you're interested in character insight for Aquila and interested for some sort of extra lore drop content, do consider heading over to Patreon. That is available for adventurer tiers and above. That group also gets after shows and codex entries and character sheets and various other things that have dropped and will be dropping as story beats develop and give me the things to drop. We should be having some interesting things come available soon. So I think that's really the major announcement, shilling for Patreon. But also we are an affiliate. We have a nice martini glass down by our logo beneath Taylor there. So if you want to cheer for myself or the players, let us know that we are doing a good job. If you like something they do, if you like something I do, it's a great way for some immediate positive reinforcement. And, of course, you can always subscribe. And follow the links down below for Discord, Twitter, and, of course, YouTube to catch up on all of our previous episodes. Because there's a few of them now. We're on, episode 32 at this point. So there's quite a few. There's quite a few. We're pretty much on chapter 2 of this season. So the first one, you'll figure it out when you get to YouTube. I think that's about all I have going on. You can find the schedule down below as well. It's kind of sorta up to date. There you go, Christian. Thanks for perfect example of all of that. Yes, as far as the schedule, I believe by the middle of next month, give or take, I should be able to solidify that into a much more precise idea of what's going on. But Mondays and Wednesdays, I usually do some sort of hangout, whether it be XCOM or Hades or AI Dungeon or whatever it may be. So you can come hang out with me on Mondays and Wednesdays. And Tuesdays, I'm really hoping we're going to be getting back into a more regularly scheduled Star Trek Europa series, because that's I think we're finally getting back to that. So if you want some sort of utopian sci-fi to go with the fantasy, do consider scrolling all the way down and visiting twitch.tv/Studio Tempo. They're a great group over there. But you can do that after our stream, because this is more important. So I think that brings us to what we are doing today, and I am out of breath because I'm still coming down from something. So you guys, take it away. Who are you? Why are you here? What are you doing? Let's start as we always do with Aquila, and I think she's least prepared to answer that question, to be honest.
Yeah.
Hello,
Well,
Taylor.
hi. I play Aquila, and she is a blood hunter of the Lycan Order, supposedly. Maybe.
I'm not sure there's anything maybe or supposedly about that. I mean, technically, it's the querent order of the Therianthropes, but that's just putting my own
That
world
is.
spin on it.
Moving
Yeah.
on.
Moving on.
That's a mouthful.
Yes.
It is.
Okay. Who's next? Steven, you are next. Hello.
Hello, my name is Steven. I play Ander, a warlock who serves the Farwin Zadok in all his eldritch oily glory. And Jack plays my familiar Redna,
Mm-hmm.
And your
who
patron.
is not an abomination.
Not an abomination. Arlene, hello. Welcome to the D&D.
Hello, my name is Arlene, and my character is Holly, the orphan Wood Elf Tempest cleric, who is a big fan of Arcalage / Leywina.
Big fan, as all clerics are.
#1 fan.
Yep. Christian, hello. Welcome.
Hello. I'm here. Thank you
Hear me
for
roar.
having me. Yeah, I play Shliva, the Circle of the Wildheart Druid.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm excited for all of what the rest of the group has been getting up to. Well, Shliva was there. What the group's been getting up to for a while now, and hopefully we're getting
Don't
to a
forget
point
about
where.
Sefki.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm looking forward to seeing more Shliva.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were moving on.
No. We are not moving on, of course, until we let Stephanie introduce herself. Hello.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and I play Sevki. She's a human sorcerer with draconic ancestry, and yeah, that's about it, I guess.
All right.
Don't know what else to say.
Tempest twins.
Yep. Tempest twins.
Yeah.
All right, just a real quick adjustment to the overlay there, and I think we're good. Okay, so with everybody introduced, all of the announcements out of the way, I believe this is the point in this mess that we do where we actually start the show, which we do with a recap. Yeah, there's a lot. I actually need the recap, I think, just as much as everybody else, because I'm still stuck on the Aquila one shot. So obviously Taylor can't start the recap for last week's session.
No. And I mean, recapping what happened with me would give a lot away.
Yeah. But go ahead. Let's have somebody start off with what happened last week.
Where did we start off last week?
Where did we start off last week?
Well, we started off with Aquila, Tali, and Sevgi still in that room, in the administrative building, I think it was.
It's the
Looking through that
the
box,
Imperial Precinct.
evidence and stuff. Yes,
in
that one.
in the administrative district. Yeah.
Tali and Sevgi were escorted out, but Aquila was detained. There was nothing Tali or Sevgi could have done about that. So we sent a message to Ander to meet with him, where we kind of filled him in on what happened to Aquila and what we found out from what was in the box of evidence from that break-in. But we were gonna just go camp for the night and start doing some research the next day. Ander and hold on a second. Oh yeah, Shliva was on her way to the Bronzeback, but then when she got our message, she flew back to the the wheat field. Yeah. Let's see. During camp that night, Ander did try to test out his scrying spell, but didn't really get anything from it. He was trying to find Demoliba and didn't do that.
That was exciting nonetheless.
What were you? Yeah, it was still a very cool spell to use. It looked neat. So the plan was for Shliva and Krushka to help Ander do research in the civilian library, while Tali and Sevgi went to the arcane census library to do research there. Tali looked into that one dead guy, Maliv Aklatahi, and found out a little bit of information about him.
Let me
and
interrupt you there. Let's actually save what you guys learned from your research for in game, because you're gonna need to fill
True,
at
yeah.
least Aquila back in, as well as recount things for each other. So just so we don't have multiple recaps, for the sake of this recap, Sevgi and Tali did research at the Arcane Census Library. Ander and
Shliva did research at the civilian
the
library.
civilian library. There was some herb gathering with Tali and Shliva.
Shopping. Yeah, Shliva bought some things for what was it for Shliva? Spells or something?
Probably.
Bells or something.
Just cooking spices. Teas.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
We went to
$1,000
a lot
of
of
tea.
Yeah, we went to a lot of places and bought a lot of things.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is also when
Tali, well, yeah, when they were out shopping, Tali felt like she was being watched. And after we got back to camp, there was a red feather on her belt. So, and it was like one of those like long red feathers. Shliva cast a spell of magic, and then after that, Ander didn't detect any magic on it, because if there was, it would have been dispelled anyway. And we decided to just throw it in the fire.
First recommendation.
With it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And it did seem like a good idea at the time.
It served no purpose to keep it and could only be a detriment at the time, as far as we know.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what we were thinking when we threw it in the fire. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we did not know otherwise, so that was the best decision we could have made at the time. And then when Ander was at the civilian library the next day, he met up with this. Well, he didn't meet up with this lady, but he met this pretty lady. That was, we assume, or it was implied that she was one of the heiresses of, was it Providence? Providence, right? That cult.
That is an assumption that you are drawing.
Yeah, we could say. And Shliva came back to meet with us back at camp and told us about the hairdresser of prominence that Ander went to go hang out with. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think it's an unreasonable conclusion for you guys to have jumped to.
She seems super secretive, and there's a super secretive cult. So
it's also not supported by anything.
Also had the red feather earring.
Yes, there was some symbology. Okay.
Kind of where we stopped.
Yeah. Anything else of note that anyone would like to add?
Yes. While Tali and Shliva were walking through town, the only thing that I wrote down, I think there were a couple other things, but the only thing I wrote down in regards to the town criers that we heard was that
yes.
Some of the southernmost places on the Sans River, crops are dying, property has been damaged, and people have gone missing. I believe there was. That's the only one that That's the only one that I wrote down, because that gives us.
That's what I got too. Travelers were advised to be cautious.
Yes. Yes.
And everything else I have is research notes.
Yes, and we can get to those research notes when we get everybody back together.
So next week. Got it.
Hey, I hope not. Okay. So, with the party sort of split into 3 separate groups, time is a little wonky at the moment. But we will eventually get
wobbly.
everybody back together. It is, for everybody, however, the 10th of Raltha, which is a Mare, and it is... we'll eventually get everybody back together, hopefully, probably, sometime this evening. Everybody should be, hopefully, returning to the wheat field, which for some reason you guys prefer to, luxury hotels in the capital. But, moving on. I believe it makes most sense to begin with Ander, who has the potential to be held up longer than anybody else, at the very least. And we will see, after that, where everybody comes together. Tali has a question already.
Yeah, sorry, real quick. You said it was Mare, right?
Yes,
Okay, cool. We're good.
10th of Raltha.
Cool.
So, Ander, you may
Hi.
recall that you are being... you are escorting a very attractive woman back to somewhere. You met her in the library only probably 15 minutes or so ago, and there was the insinuation that she understood what you and your comrades were getting up to, what you were researching, and may have additional information to share if there was some way that your two interests could be reconciled.
Indeed.
So, after leaving Shliva to make her way through the bustling city of Sann'Kett back to the wheat field on her own, you have been escorting this woman, Mekipse, somewhere.
Yes.
And for the next probably 20 minutes, half hour or so, remember it's a very large city, you spend time pretty much strolling throughout the city. You haven't explored the city by any means in its entirety, but you've been here for about a week, and you're fairly certain that she's not necessarily trying to get you lost, but she may simply be enjoying the evening, taking the scenic route, and maybe going a little out of her way on purpose. She will, unless you have anything of particular note to bring up, simply make small talk about what you've been up to while you're here in the city. Places to go, restaurants, and other attractions. Very mundane things. Anybody walking past would simply think you are a couple out on a date, or something like that. Unless,
Okay.
of course, you have anything of note to bring up during this walk.
Probably not out in the open on the walk.
Mm.
No.
Yeah.
Probably.
So eventually...
Does not seem like the time or place.
No. So eventually, Mekipse does lead you first past sort of artisan district. At this point, shops are either closed or closing. The last few orders are being taken. Workers are closing their door either to continue working throughout the evening or simply going home, finishing their trade for the day. Any sort of outside stalls that may sell some of their wares are being brought in, and it's generally starting to calm down. She brings you pretty much to the edge of where this artisan district meets a more sort of upper middle class residential district, that blending between shops and where people live. Places where you would find small restaurants and other recreational areas, small theater or place to play various games. And she brings you down an alleyway, not a particularly spooky or off-putting alleyway, but down an alleyway to where there is a clearly marked door. There's even a light hanging beside the door on the outside, so it's not like you're walking down an ominously unlit alleyway. Outside of this door, you see fastened to a post sticking out of the wall, fastened very securely to this post, is a tapestry of various silks and linens of vibrant colors that is depicting a six-legged large cat of some kind. You assume it's six-legged from the interpretation, but it does only look like it has 3 legs. It's sort of longer and more serpentine than your general large cat would be, and has these long pointed ears that shoot out in sort of stalks of whiskers, let's say. Other than that, it is unnamed, but that's not uncommon for shops to simply have, pictures as their identifying marks. Ander, we are here. This is the place I was telling you about, where my friends and I like to gather to discuss our mutual interests and ply our trades.
Okay, just suppose kind of nod. I suppose lead the way then.
I hope very much that this is not too overwhelming for you, Sann'Kett. You may know or not already that it can be a very vibrant place for outsiders.
It is a lovely city with quite a bit going on, but I've also seen plenty in my time.
So with that, she gives you a smile and opens up the door. You can immediately smell a bouquet of various spices and potpourri, spiced tobacco, incense. All very pleasant smells, all lingered together to create a very pleasant palate. You are brought into a very small hallway, maybe 5 feet, just sort of an entrance foyer before there is another door that is covered with a cascade of various purples and reds and greens and blue, very very thin, probably silk. She pushes through that and pulls the curtains aside for you to step on inside. Inside, you see what looks to be what looks to be a weaver's shop that sells rugs and tapestries. Not so much clothing, but rugs and tapestries, decorative sashes, things like that. It looks like there is a section, with a desk where you can place orders and whatnot. And off to the side, there's various equipment used, station for taking measurements, drawing board. But this section is fairly at this point in the evening, it is empty, not unlit, but empty, not currently being used. You can see there is a similar sort of curtain cascade covered door on the other side of this room, and she leads you back to that, and you can tell that the initial wave of incense you got is only getting stronger as you move past. She again pulls back the curtains for you both to head inside. There is a small hallway where again you pass another set of curtains, and behind that, yes.
Just real quick with the incense stuff. Anders being mindful of his own mental state, essentially. Just in case there's anything in that.
Very good.
He's encountered that before, so just kind of trying to keep a watch on his own mental state and to notice any changes.
Very good. Very good. Yes, as you are moving down this short hallway, you can definitely hear more sound at this point. The sound of people talking, sound of light instruments playing, harps, lyres, stringed instruments mostly. Maybe a background tambourine or drum. And you can start to smell the scent of probably spiced wine, some roasted meats and vegetables. And you are led back, and once more, when this curtain of overlaid colors is brushed aside, this one even having strands of various glass beads and chains of gold coins. Not money piece gold coins, but decorative gold coins. You push back, and this looks to be quite a lounge area, really.
We don't think of that tooth curtain thing we encountered at that one goblin cave.
Right. No, it is not a curtain of gnashing teeth.
That's what it was.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Tali got stuck in that thing like 3 times.
Yep.
Of course she did.
You certainly have nothing
I
to
remember
fear
us
from these
grouping
curtains.
together to destroy the stupid thing.
So as she brushes this back, you can see that this back room is much more opulently decorated than the earlier rooms. There are a series of reclining couches and other sort of round beds set up. Pillows all over the place, various tapestries and other cascades of overlaid fabric, providing accent draped down in various portions of the room. The sides of the room look like the what do you call it when like the first 1/3 or so of the room has like a sort of running board? It has one of those, but it's made of like stamped gold.
Oh.
There is clearly a lot of money in this room. There's a lot of gold in this room. Gold cups and candle holders, plates, various accents along the wall. The header also fairly opulently designed, and you can see there are a handful of women here who are engaged in conversation on their own, but there are likewise probably 24 or so young men, decorated similar to how they may have been at the Burly Baylor. Scantily clad, well-oiled, and quite buff. Everybody in this room is exceptionally gorgeous. as if they were carved from, as if they were picked specifically from classical statues and brought to life. As you walk through, the smell intensifies, the music intensifies, the very color in the walls, the gold seems to glisten. I need you to make a whole buttload of charisma saves.
Oh,
That is the technical term. I just need to find my conversion chart to see how many exactly. Yes, I need you to make 3. So it's actually not a. I need you to make 3 charisma saving throws.
all right. Come on, dice.
Else
Treat
get
me
like
better than
advantage
last
on like
week.
charm saves, right? Something like that.
Yes,
Yes,
Andrew,
if these are charm effects.
you're a half elf, which means
I
you.
get advantage against being charmed, and magic can't put me to sleep.
Okay. Give me the first charisma save. Okay. Give me the second charisma save. Okay. And the third one at advantage. Okay.
Come on, dice. You started good. Well, ish.
All right. So, as you walk through this room, let me double check something real quick. Okay. Yes, as you walk through this room, as I said, the whole sensation about the place sort of peaks. You are briefly overwhelmed by all of the sensory input here. The gold, the light, the music, the sheer beauty of all the people around you. But but eventually you acclimate yourself and don't notice any sort of intrusion or change to yourself. You see, there are 2 similarly beautiful women over on one of those circular cushion couches, beds, something like that, reclining there, that see the 2 of you enter and wave over in your direction. Please, you will see that any comfort you wish, most comforts you wish, may be provided here. Let me introduce you to some of my friends. And she walks you over to these other 2 and motions to the 2 of them. This is Titasi and Arashat. Arashat actually is half orc. But even with orcish heritage, she is likewise just as attractive as everybody else here. Her skin is almost a glistening emerald. She is definitely muscular, but in a very shapely way. And she does have that slight overbite simply caused by tusks, but it's not terribly... it doesn't take away from her facial features. Her facial structure seems to blend well with it, and in fact, it does look like she has 2 small gold rings on her tusks. All 3 of these women are outfitted in beautiful silks and various fine jewelries of golds and precious stones. And as you look about this room, you can see that there is likewise that symbology that you have recently come to recognize. The two flowers that you've seen are represented in some of the sort of stamped gold, sort of mini story sections that are blocked off throughout this room. You can see painted above it in a mural what seems to be a depiction of the River Sans, and on one side you see a rising sun with a large red bird moving across the sky, or what would be moving across the sky if paintings could move. And on the other side, field of flowers. No, moving over a field of flowers, over to the other side of the room, which is much more bare, but eventually moves back around to what looks like a much smaller skyline of Sann'Kett, which really isn't much to speak of because there's not a lot of tall buildings in Sann'Kett, but there's a few here there. You could pick out some domes and some spires, but it only looks like maybe the central third or so of the city. What's going through Andrew's mind at this point?
I mean, he's definitely kind of surprised at how well off this group is, considering it was kind of it felt like it was referred to as sort of a small, not really significant cult that's kind of fallen off over the years. So, goddamn, they're doing well. Which, between that and the fact that everyone in the room is fucking gorgeous, kind of lends credence to the whole Demo Liba had some ability to sway people, exert influence. Since this amount of money probably comes either from or with a certain amount of influence. Slightly on guard because after recent events, a room full of beautiful people is somewhat concerning to him.
Okay.
And so I get, like you said, I didn't notice anything taking effect, but he's probably still watching for something to take effect with all these scents and stuff in the air.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me remind you. The conclusion that you are jumping to, that this is the cult that you researched, is not unreasonable, but the evidence that you found does say that this cult pretty much died out a good 200-300 years ago.
Right.
So Mekipse leads you over to her two friends and takes a seat. Sort of brushes at the cushions amongst the three of them for you to take a seat.
Sit down.
A good 5 or 6 of these heavily decorated but scantily clad men come over with various trays of gold goblets of spiced wines, plates of skewered meats and vegetables, a few smoking pipes, a few bowls of various drugs of various kinds, which Ander may or may not actually recognize. And then yeah, each of the women is then once they and you take whatever you will partake of the hors d'oeuvres isn't the right word because there's other things there, but what was presented to you, one of these men will sit down beside each of the women and sort of like lay in their lap or across their shoulder in a very sort of fawning manner. And Mekipse even, would you perhaps be interested in any of the company of these young men? I do not familiar with your
Appreciate
pleasures.
appreciate the offer, but I am perfectly all right as is.
She just waves the rest of them away. And you...
Just immediately think to
yes.
myself, oh god damn it, names. What was our tiefling friend from the boat?
Hakaib?
Hakaib, thank you. Just kind of mentally thinking to myself, oh, Hakaib would enjoy this.
Yeah. Give me something. Let's see here. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Okay. Come on, dice, come on, dice, come on, dice. Oh!
Okay.
Wow.
Yes, these men who are waiting on these women, and there are even more throughout the room waiting on other women or just sort of in the background, doing their own thing, do seem to be, given your experience, probably supernaturally enthralled by this whole situation, but specifically these various women. With that, you can see that there's probably even just a little bit more attention paid to Mekipse than perhaps anybody else in the room. But they are all very polite. They speak as if they need the approval of each of these women. And when they are not serving them in whatever it is that they need and they are in the background, they are either performing work to better serve these women or simply standing there and gawking, really. So, Ander, my new friend, yes, these are my colleagues, as I said before. It seems that you and yours have, well, that we share a common interest.
You said the flower. I noticed familiar flowers on the wall. That would be the one that represents Demoliba and the one that represents Persicus.
Yes.
Okay.
The former in much more abundance than the latter, which makes sense from the research you've done.
Yeah. Indeed. I recognize some of the iconography. Kind of point to flowers. We haven't seen anything though about the bird being associated with her, correct? I don't seem to remember anything about that.
I don't think you have that information. I think somebody
I didn't
has
think so.
information about the bird, but I don't think it's you.
Yep. I'm not familiar with the bird, but the rest of it.
She motions to it affectionately. A beautiful creature. It is very much a shame that they are no longer with us. The Red Crescent Heron, herald of the morning sun.
Ah. Making a mental note of that, no longer with us, bird. Whoops.
Yep.
Like, yee. But yes, my companions and I are trying to find out more information on Queen Dimaliba. We represent a group from Genavium, and our tasks, I suppose, have brought us here and point to the former queen as a possible source of information or interest. If I may ask, my initial assumption was that. Dang it, what was the name? I even looked it up just a minute ago. Heiresses of Providence? Providence, yes. My initial assumption upon meeting you was that your group that you mentioned was the heiresses of Providence that we've heard of, come across in our research, but I was also under the impression that group had fallen out of favor or died off, whereas I must admit you seem to be doing very well for yourself here.
Well, do not let your imagination get the better of your intellect. No, that particular group, if it ever did exist in any meaningful way, I certainly know nothing of it. We are simple weavers. However, we do understand what we each find important in this world and dedicate as much of our resources to that as well we can. We live simply in many ways, but when it comes to our relaxation, we are quite invested. I would hope that if you take a look at some of our wares that, well, what you see around you would not seem too terribly inconsistent with our quality. It was a very, delicate work, weaving. Every thread needing to be very particularly placed. The color, the texture. Every strand is a story. A noble profession passed down from many generations.
Indeed. I would imagine the various tapestries I've seen hanging on the walls, plus one out front, all would take great skill to create.
Is there one you particularly find pleasing?
You would have to, Jack would have to go through and describe what. I don't
Right.
know how to answer that without seeing the room.
Right. I mean, I can let you sort of run away with this here. But the tapestries and the other sort of fabric-like decorations, none of them seem to. A few of them have some of that iconography that you recognize, but none of them are necessarily super important or very informative murals, let's say. Many of them are simply different simple designs that may incorporate red feathers or some of the flowers that you've seen. But many of them are simple but intricate, and those two words might be contradictory, designs. But they do look to be very high quality. The color in them is vibrant. And it does look like they use multiple different types and thicknesses of thread to create a very very textured sort of textile.
I don't think any one more than the others, but I can just, in general, they seem very beautiful and well made.
You should
And
spend more of your time looking into yourself and understanding that what it is that you find pleasing. I'm sure there is one amongst these that you must enjoy more than the others.
unfortunately, my profession doesn't tend to leave much time for art appreciation or
That is very unfortunate.
collecting things such as.
Art is one of the key purveyors to our cultural history.
But on the subject of what brought me here or what brought my group here and what sparked our interest in Dimaliba, are you familiar or have you ever heard of, I suppose, a group called the Cult of Worms? And paying very close attention to see if there's any reaction from anyone.
Insight check.
Not bad for me.
You notice that there is not an immediate sense of recognition. At least not by Mekipse. But you do notice, shortly after you mention that, Titasi sort of lean over to Mekipse and whisper something in her ear. Make a perception check. There's a lot of noise and other distractions in this room, but you might be able to pick up what they're saying. Well, damn. All right. Yes.
I'm as surprised as you are, Jack.
Yeah. Titasi leans over to Mekipse and whispers in her ear. I believe he is referring to those that came before. That must be what they are called. He speaks as if they are not of his. Mekipse continues. No, I can't say that I've heard of any organization under that name. They don't sound like a particularly pleasant bunch. I don't think I would very much like to have their acquaintance.
No, I do not think that most people would. They are a group whose goals, from what we can tell, seem to be, well, snuffing out all life on the planet, Eos. They worship undeath, and
Well, that is detestable.
indeed, and they seem to have quite the interest in Dimaliba. They
As
have
do
shown
you.
the ability. Indeed. Bizarre. They've unfortunately managed to stay ahead of us so far. I must begrudgingly say, very talented in and working in secret. But they have shown the ability and desire to bring various figures from history, figures of importance, back to this world, corrupted and twisted to fit their goals. Our fear is that that might be their plan for the former queen, and both for the sake of, well, I suppose everyone, and her legacy and history, we'd like to stop that from happening.
Titasi leans into Mekipse again and whispers in her ear, I will keep your previous perception check.
That must be what they were after, those who came before. He doesn't seem to be one of them.
Mekipse will continue.
So you are... It is unusual to have so much interest in this particular time period. All of a sudden, in the past couple weeks, there has been, well, so much interest. You say you are merely looking for those who came before you.
Indeed. We heard of an attack on the museum and went there initially, but that was well after they had been there, and we found we found signs of their presence, but nothing to determine what they would have been after specifically.
A terrible thing to attack one's history.
Indeed, I know I believe they damaged some of, or the sarcophagus of Dimaliba in the process. I don't know if...
Make another insight check.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Yes, for a group of people who, if they are as invested in this particular subsection of history as they seem to be, they are really unfazed by, the attack on the museum, damage to any of the property, even the sarcophagi of Dimali. But there is an almost feigned gasp, like, oh my, but that you can tell she really, it's inconsequential to her.
Trying to figure out what the best... so I'll go with my instinct. Which seems less surprising and impactful than I would have imagined, honestly.
Oh, as I said, it is very sad that very few people seem to take a particular interest in this time of our history. Outside of money and tourism, the histories are not well enough appreciated. So you say you are part of some faraway organization, here to save our distant past from those who would defile it. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is at least part of it, yes. And saving the history as well as I said, generally preventing what I imagine to be a plague of undeath if they had their way. Which I realize upon saying that out loud sounds overly dramatic, but
She reaches out and sort of brushes a hand along your upper arm. Oh, it sounds as if you are a hero of legend.
I don't believe I would ever call myself that, but I am someone who enjoys living in the world they currently live in and would like to keep it that way.
Well, I think perhaps you could do a bit more living while you're amongst us. But I suppose you have, priorities you must keep straight. So you, I believe, were with some friends of yours here in Sann'Kett. Let's say, well, it seems you have acquired quite a bit of information on our past, and you are looking for these people. What is your goal? To stop them, to aid them, to find what has been lost to time?
Well, I suppose our goal is to find out what their plan is, and assuming it's what I think it is, which is finding Demoliba's remains and bringing them back in some form that suits them, preventing that. I was not aware of any.
And how would you do that?
Well, that is somewhat hard to answer, as at the moment I still don't fully understand where they are and what they're doing, but preferably by removing that group from the equation.
If they are as dangerous and prolific as you make out, would they not simply try again?
In the long term, yes, something will have to more than likely be done to secure said history, whatever items of historical significance we find. I have grown accustomed to focusing on the immediate problem, I will admit. That is a fair point. Do you have a suggestion? Could be way off base. I feel like she's hinting. I feel like I get what she's hinting at, but
She sort of reclines back and brushes her hand along the chest of one of these young men. I would simply be concerned that no matter which of your two groups were to find anything at all, that you may be erred in your judgment to believe it would be safest to destroy the past.
oh, I have no desire to destroy the past, history, whatever you want to refer to it as. My goal is to prevent them from getting a hold of anything, at which point, whatever they were going for, we can find a suitable custodian for it.
A suitable custodian. Whoever would that be?
Well, I suppose that would be someone with the appreciation for the subject and the resources to keep it safe. Kind of look around the room.
He follows your eyes in appreciation of the various decorative objects amongst the room.
I am remiss that unfortunately it seems that myself and my group put this particular portion of history at the forefront. As you could see by the unfortunate incident at the museum, it doesn't seem that neither the public nor our current administration seems to put the appropriate emphasis on historical and cultural preservation.
Indeed. Well, I could say that if we are able to prevent this group any significant items or artifacts we find, I could bring them back to put in your safekeeping.
She leans in, not uncomfortably close to you, but suggestively close to you.
You would really do that for me?
Well, it is most definitely preferable to them being in the cult's possession.
What's going through your head at this point?
I believe I posted a wonderful GIF in chat about that. But
I'm not sure.
yeah,
I'm not sure GIFs come across in mind reading.
no, they don't. That I have definitely misread the situation, possibly.
So, out of character, please try to separate the meta of this. Yes, you are having your mind read, so please be forthright with what is going through your head.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. I thought that was just a... Okay. Honestly, talking about the Cult of Worms is probably bringing Ander back to... Well, the night with Omen has probably flashed in front of his head a couple times. Because I have considered bringing that up as like, these are the things they're capable of, kind of thing. So that's probably been in his head.
Clearly a group that you personally detest.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably thinking of the night in just that in the crypt when they brought back
Mm-hmm.
like when he mentions twisting and to their goals. Yeah, probably thinking about historical Spear of the Heavens versus now Spear of the Damned.
Okay.
Um, Trying to think of anything else of significance that
More
would have
specific
gone through his
thoughts
head.
on, your immediate surroundings and conversation.
That he doesn't trust anyone in this room necessarily.
Okay.
Is definitely like you said, he's probably picked up on the fact that the men seem to be enchanted and
Mhm.
is very concerned about his own well-being to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, he still believes that the cult is a much greater danger,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm hoping that with the opulence in the room and the fact that, as they said, they seem to enjoy their relaxation time, that whatever this group's goals are, they are still anathema or, not aligned with the
Mhm.
greater threat of undead apocalypse.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
Are you
willing to
being
work with what I
honest
need
that
to.
you will leave them, as you said, as custodians to whatever you may find?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ander has no use for the artifacts. He doesn't want to destroy them legitimately. That is true. He does have a reverence for history and the like, but
So once
they seem to
again,
have a reverence for this period, so if it'll get him the information, he is more than happy to give them anything he finds.
Tita C leans over into Mekipse and whispers in her ear pretty much what you just divulged. Um, Mekipse turns her head and whispers back, I do wish I could trust this man, but, well, given our history. She turns back to you. You do seem to speak with conviction, and a truthfulness to your words. Would
I
you... It's an archaic practice, but forgive me for being, archaic myself, a student of history. Such is the vibrant past of the Sannite people. Would you... And she takes your hand, unless you struggle. Would you be willing to give me your word on this matter? It slowly sort of pets the back of your hand.
that I will turn over any artifacts we find to you. Yes. I would be willing to give you my word on that.
As
Yep.
you say that, you do feel a fairly obvious sensation of wanting to trust this woman, wanting to believe what she says. Uh, you are fairly certain, given her body language and her insinuation and a degree of forwardness to what is going on, you get the sense that this is some sort of charm or compulsion. I will give you the choice. Either you can willingly fail, or you can roll with disadvantage.
So can I tell, like, so it seems like a charm or compulsion to force me to, or to keep my word on giving her whatever artifacts we find.
That is a fair assumption.
Okay. Yeah, fair. I feel like instinctually, if Ander feels someone trying to charm him, his instinct is to
fight back.
Yeah. Like, I do intend on keeping my word, but as soon as I feel something, especially with, it'd be one thing if someone was upfront about it, but with someone trying to affect his mind without underhandedly to a degree, yeah, his instinct is probably going to be to try and shake it off.
Okay. Go ahead and roll with disadvantage. Charisma save. Okay. With that, yes, you are 100% interested in keeping your word that anything that you may find relating to this point in history obviously belongs to these women as the clearly defined group of people who has its best interest in mind and the means to keep it safe. Mckipse specifically, throughout this conversation, you have gotten to know this woman, a fascinating woman, a woman of integrity and trust, a woman worthy of your friendship. And you will do whatever you can to make sure that you uphold your word.
Okay.
It's your bond as two historians making a deal that this is for the greater good. This is, well, probably the most important decision you've made in a long time, and certainly must be upheld.
So I did just have a thought, but I'll gonna go with it because that was his plan still. But in theory, that should have been a straight roll. Because if you were giving me disadvantage, I had advantage on charm effects.
Half elf thing.
Yeah.
I'll go with it, but I suppose just keep that in mind, maybe on the strength of whatever the compulsion is.
Sure. I'll keep that in mind.
Like I said, he's not necessarily like that is his plan, legitimately.
Because that was your plan, that's why I gave you disadvantage. So if it does
Fair
come
enough.
down to a situation where there would be a clear internal struggle to Ander, I may give you another roll or something like that.
I would say, fair enough. I figured that was the disadvantage. At the same time, yeah, he does not appreciate mind control.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Well, now that that is settled, yes, it does seem that you and your group are behind. You were much more overt than they were in your pursuit.
Yes. Subtlety has never been my strongest suit.
Well, that's fortunate. It allowed us to meet and have this wonderful conversation.
Fair enough.
I believe you have your work cut out for you. If they are as insidious as you claim them to be, well, I would hate for them to uncover our past before you do, if anyone would.
Is there Any information on?
She leans in and pushes a finger up against your lips. Let me suggest that you go and speak with your friends. They may have more information for you, and after you have discussed what it is you plan to do, then perhaps my sisters and I may be able to be of more assistance. Unless, of course, there's any more indulgences you would like to have here.
I'm okay. I'm fine, thank you. Well, I suppose when we have a better plan, we'll let you know then.
Very good. Do feel free to come see me anytime, though I hope you do understand that we appreciate our discretion. We have become close friends, but I unfortunately do not know your associates.
Discretion is one thing I do understand.
With that, she'll stand up and take your hand.
Um,
Lead you.
As I'm walking out, just because, goddammit, I want to do it. You said it was Tatashi who repeated essentially what I was thinking.
T2C.
T2C. Oh, yeah, okay. I quickly just wrote that down. Just going to mentally project to her. Nice trick.
Can she respond to that?
Nope.
No. Okay. With that, I think she will simply rub the side of her face and give you a smile.
Okay, not the response I expected, but all right. And yes, I suppose I'm being led to the door then.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Let me remember. I believe your Sannite clothing was quite well shredded by a whole bunch of zombies. So you're in your usual garb, right?
Oh, I did say that at some point during the week I was going
Right,
to go
you
buy
did
some
go buy
more,
more
so
stuff.
I didn't want to drag that out, but
Yeah.
he would have
No,
picked up.
you did say that. Would you have stuck to your usual motif of greens and browns?
Not here.
Okay.
White would have been the much smarter.
Yes. Very true.
Lighter color would have been the smarter choice, and I think that's what he went with originally. So
Okay.
probably just the lighter kind of robe and sandal.
As you are being let out of the room, actually, T2C sort of skips her way back up to you as you're leaving and pulls a series of scarves or whatnot from the ceiling. I believe these would be of your taste. They are overlapping, very light silks of green and yellow. That could be used to do up like a turban or some other headdress of some sort, used as a scarf or a sash, or simply hung from the ceiling.
Wonderful insight on that. The to your taste comment.
You will find that when we make friends, we could become very dear to each other. You have a good evening now.
Thank you. You too.
You're led out front. Mokipse gives you a quick peck on the cheek, unless you are uncomfortable with such a thing.
No. Not uncomfortable.
It leaves you to go about your evening.
Okie dokie. I have either made a huge mistake or a possible powerful ally. I don't know which.
Yes.
Oh.
Yep.
I hope it's the ally one.
So, with this, this will pretty much realign all our timelines. Everybody makes their way back to the back of the wheat field. Andrew, you're probably the last to arrive.
Yeah, I gotta find my way out of the damn city.
Aquila probably, or not Aquila, Shliva probably the first to arrive, actually. Because he did have really like an hour start. Yeah, so you'll all be able to find your way out of the city, quickly enough. Shliva, you're probably left alone for just a little bit before Tali and Sevgi arrive. Let's say, just for the sake of keeping everybody together, that there's some small talk had. You begin making dinner. If there's anything in particular interest you want to have with just these two, we can do that.
Well, we did end the last session very specifically because it is what Ander asked Shliva to do. That I tell Tali to send a message to Ander because
Oh yeah, and that was supposed to
That is
happen
true.
like
That
right
is
as he
true.
arrived.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay.
it was enough that I believe it was decided that Ander would very likely have been finished with whatever he did because of the variance in timelines.
Yeah, with the
By
time it takes you to get out of the
by
city.
the time I got to the city and Tali and Sevgi met up with
Yeah.
me, that he would be finished and likely leaving.
That is true. Yeah. So that's a conversation you would like to have, or a message, Tali, you would like to send.
I even wrote it down. So Tali, after hearing what Shliva has to say, would send a message to Ander saying, "Hey, Shliva told me what happened. Where are you? Are you okay?"
Given how long that took distance out of the city, Shliva being Shliva, yeah, you would get that just as you're leaving.
I'm fine. Just heading back to the camp now, actually. Yeah.
He says he's fine. He's heading back to camp. Okay. Well, that worked out, I guess, whatever he had to do. Say to Shliva and Sevgi.
Okay.
Yeah. If I am imprisoned or somehow captured, Trump, safety net.
Okay. With that, yes, as the sun is dipping down below the horizon, I'd say everybody gets to the back of the wheat field just by the time it gets too dark to easily maneuver. So I will leave you guys to really have at it at this point. Shliva and Tali and Sevgi are there first, probably tending to camp, having food, small talk, or whatnot. Aquila and Ander would probably arrive at a fairly similar time, staggered only by a few minutes. So, what do you guys get up to now that you are back together?
I was gonna yell Aquila and then run and hug her.
I would say it's
Okay.
like when she first, when Aquila first sees them, she probably looks very, for just a moment, she looks very confused before seeming to recognize everybody again.
Mhm.
I stopped Tali.
You didn't see it; you were hugging her.
Okay. Cool.
Would any of us have picked up on that? Like, or would that just be like a literal flash of a?
I don't know. Would you pick up on it?
I would say Tali's the only one who would have the passive insight for that, and she is too close in a hug to realize.
Yep. Where have you been? You've been
Wow.
gone for so long.
Uh,
Happened when they
Overstatement of
kept
the
you.
century.
yeah. How long was I gone?
Like a week.
Felt like a
They
lot
not.
longer.
You feeling okay?
These questions are more complicated than you
Mhm.
realize.
Ollie doesn't know that.
You need some healing or something? You seem kind of like
Oh yeah, no,
tired
she's
or
actually. Oh no, that's right. She would still be a little bit exhausted at this point.
Mhm.
No, I think I'm not injured. Sort of looks down at
Basically.
her right hand. Not anymore.
okay.
What now?
But
Were injured before?
I take it this was not just the normal detained for questioning sort of detained.
oh, they did. Damn it, Jack! I keep
Didn't
looking
you
at
need
your
a minute
face.
to
I know.
I can solve this
You
problem.
need
You
a-
guys have at this. I will continue to listen. I will be right back.
Okay.
if you need a second to rest, Aquila, you can that before you tell us what happened to you. Seem kind of
Of
tired.
I,
course.
a lot happened.
Clearly.
I'm still sorting it out a bit. I got a lot of information though. I know where Timaliba is buried.
Oh.
Oh, good.
Is it close to the place where all the plants are dying by the river now?
The what? I don't know what
Yeah,
you.
we. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Shaliva.
Yeah, apparently there's plants dying and stuff.
I mean, plants die all the time.
Like more so than usual.
All right. I don't know anything about that.
Oh.
Was it the military guard that detained you, or did you end up back with your order?
Oh, it was. I was with my order.
Okay.
Get to see your not your dad. Your I think you called him a pack leader or something like that.
No, he's not here. In fact, I was not dealing with a member of my specific group. They were a ghost slayer.
The ones that hurt your hand.
Yes, actually. Yeah. Broke several of the bones.
I think I like them.
So this was more of an interrogation then.
Oh, no. They didn't seem to really care that much about what had happened with the undead. With the incident in the square. They
So
certainly cared about the investigation we were going on, and they are very aware of what you have all been up to.
Where? Have they been watching us? Are they
In
the
some
watching
fashion,
me?
yes. In some fashion, they've certainly been watching.
Are they watching us now?
Possibly, I don't know.
question is, how many groups are?
Hmm?
Did you see any red feathers while you were there? I clearly there's at least one, if not multiple groups tracking our movements. The lady, well, I suppose you just got back. I just got finished meeting with a woman who approached me at the library, Mckipsey. She seemed to be very aware of everything we'd been looking for about Dimaliba.
Well,
And
you're not
also,
exactly known for being subtle.
fair, I did make that statement myself. But more interestingly, she seemed to also be aware that we suddenly had information. I seemed to imply somehow she knew what was happening with you.
I doubt that.
I have no idea what's going on.
Look,
I feel like there's
it may have been only a week for you, but for me, it was decades.
Yeah, I get that.
What?
Actually,
much
the rest
older.
of you don't understand when she says
You're
decades.
muted, Jack.
Ah, damn it. Hold on. The rest of you don't hear the word decades. You hear she says something, but you don't know the word.
Right.
Like it, as in
What?
it's. Does it sound like she's saying a word that's just in a different language, or like
Yes.
she suddenly had? Okay.
She did not just
Yeah.
have a seizure. It sounds like she dropped into a different language. Like she forgot the word decade, and she was like, "It's been Shinanye."
So I want
Shinanye.
to ask what the heck they did to you, but I am assuming that you are not actually able to say anything about it.
No, I can talk.
Oh.
Because you just said something that. Repeat back whatever word she said.
Yeah, Keela, you just said
I don't-
decade. Wait,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, decades. It's been decades.
And once again, we just hear some strange
No,
word
she
in the
says
place
decades
of.
this time.
She forgot the word for decade.
What the
Akila
actual
doesn't
hell
look older,
happened to
does
you?
she?
What?
Akila doesn't actually look older, does she?
No. She looks tired.
Yeah, you look.
Yeah.
She looks rough,
the
but she doesn't look
same.
any older.
Well, yeah, she spent like the last 4 days recovering from what happened.
As someone who sees quite a bit of weird shit. What the actual hell happened?
It might take you a little bit to put together the early bits.
I was living a different life.
What?
I think you skipped a bit. Holly said you were detained by whatever the head of the army or whatnot.
Milos Aurelius? Was it?
Orentius. Prefect Milos
Aurentius.
Orentius.
Dang it.
Milos
And now we're-
Aurelius.
Talking about decades of living another life and
Yeah,
someone breaking your hand and fixing it?
I don't know if they fixed it.
Drink any weird teas or anything, did you?
No.
It's kind of hard to fix a broken hand. It just sort of heals by itself.
In a few days is a
Aquila,
little different.
who is this again?
Yeah, I know. It's like, who is this? Who is this person with horns?
I mean, Shliva?
Sure.
Do you,
Oh shit, a giant badger. Oh, right. No, that makes sense.
That's supposed to be kind of.
So, because it would be his first go-to, Andrew's casting Detect Magic. I don't expect to find anything, but...
Oh, her swords.
Well, he knows what to look for because it's only been a couple damn days for him.
Fair. Yeah, what would it be, Jack? Would it be magic?
Ander, make me a charisma-based perception check.
Okay.
Hmm.
4 plus 8. Charisma, proficiency bonus.
11.
There we go. Back to what I expect. Damn it.
The aura that you get from Aquila is unusual. You're familiar with the normal schools of magic. You use this ability all the time. You've seen probably every normal school of magic aura previously. This is different. It doesn't feel as tangible. Tangible's probably not the right word, but doesn't seem as solid. Seems a lot more difficult to pick up on. You're even not really sure there's anything there at all. But it does seem to have some sort of... She does seem to have some sort of overlay that is both powerful, yet hardly there. The closest thing you can place to it is necromancy, but that... I mean, you are quite familiar with necromantic auras. This is not a necromantic aura.
Well, she did say Ghost Hunter or whatever the hell.
Ghost Slayer.
Ghost
'Cause I can't
Slayer.
remember Jack's term for it, even though I reviewed that part.
I can put together a couple logical jumps. Well, that's new.
Hmm?
There's some kind of residual magic, I think. but I've never actually seen that before. Jesus.
Okay.
Well, I think you should probably get some sleep first, and then we can. Or if you're about to go, then go.
It's all very confused. Like I said, I was living another life, and now I'm having to sort out their life and mine.
Well, start at the beginning. When Tali and Sevki left.
That feels like decades ago. That's the hardest part to remember.
Okay,
We
start
were
at the
in,
end.
I
You
woke up
got
in a house.
a house in Sann'Kett
Yes.
by yourself? Was there someone else there?
Yes. No, it was by myself at that point.
Before that, what's the last thing you remember as Aquila?
I remember these really weird eyes. You know how
Weird how?
your eyes
Wow.
get all weird and kind of swirly and except black?
I've been told.
It was like this, except they were sort of white and light gray.
Somewhat milky then, I suppose.
Are
Like-
there weird colors for eyes?
No, neither of them are normal.
For humans, they are.
Aquila, specifically not milky, more foggy.
Foggy. I was thinking more pearlescent, but okay.
No, definitely not pearlescent. It looked like his eyes were made of condensed fog.
Okay. Yeah, so I would say that. If I can.
Foggy eyes.
But they weren't blind. They didn't seem to be anyway.
And who did those eyes belong to?
They were another hunter.
In your pack or a different pack?
They were not a pack hunter. The different orders don't all operate the same. Mine is in a pack. The other schools are not.
So I take it he's the one that did whatever happened that made you live the other life, or
I agreed to it. I think I helped with it a bit.
This other life, was that a past life?
Not mine. No, it was there was a corpse.
Oh, a corpse's life.
Are you the same weirdo that was standing on the wall?
I don't think anybody else saw that.
Told you about it.
The weirdo on the wall?
Okay, fine.
Aquila
Don't
would
know.
almost certainly not remember that.
I know. That's like I don't.
That was such a
know.
minor detail so long ago.
whose life did they have you live?
I don't know. I don't remember most names.
Is this where you found out where Dima Libo was buried?
Yes.
So it was someone from that time period then,
Yes.
presumably.
Yes. They were there for the funeral procession. I was
So-
there for it.
Okay. Well, I suppose that just...
There's a lot more to her than what the general perception seems to be.
Yes, I'm gathering that. What in particular?
They said she was assassinated. That's kind of correct, but it was a revolution.
Not-
What were they resolving? Resolutions are fun.
Revolution.
What did I say?
So she was not the beloved queen then.
She was, by some.
Some. Yeah.
Was this a people's revolution or a nobility revolution?
Like a coup?
There was excuse me as I consult my notes.
It does take Aquila time to get back to you on this, as if she's lost in thought, perhaps even thinking about a painful memory.
Keela just pulls out a diary.
No, no, because
Sort of,
Aquila was not in any state to write during that whole thing.
And not with a broken hand.
Sort of leans back because she's almost assuredly sitting down at the very least. She looks exhausted, leans back, her eyes sort of go distance, and she just gets lost in what probably looks, at least to Tali, to be a fairly unpleasant and complicated memory. Probably stammers a few times in words you don't understand.
Yeah. Aquila learned a new language while she was gone.
Cool. Is she gonna remember it forever? 'Cause that would be neat.
It's on my character sheet.
Cool.
Because
Can I
it was,
make
I mean, it was sort of the people, but it was also a lot of men who had lost sort of their positions.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Towards the end, it was definitely more than just men.
Yeah, I know, towards the end. That's why it's like, yes, it was a people's revolution, but there were also some men who very much wanted their prestige back.
Okay.
Yeah, because she established a full-on gynococracy. Gynarchy? I think both of those are technically correct.
I
So-
still don't know what's going on. I'm gonna go over here.
So they revolted, killed her, and then just buried that entire period of history?
Well,
Or
they
rewrote it?
sacrificed a lot of it, yes. As in, literally, they sacrificed the leaders of the revolution and the more prominent members of the. Give me a second. I know I wrote it down because I can't remember
the hairdressers.
Yeah, I can't remember the last word. It was Providence,
Heiresses
right?
of
The heiresses of
Providence.
Providence. Yeah.
Sacrificed as in ritual murder sacrifice.
As in
Those
the
the
way
one
they.
were they the ones
Yeah,
that
it was
were
during the funeral.
drowned?
It was during the funeral. It was what they did.
When Aquila does say heiresses of Providence, she says it in a language that at first you don't understand, and you look at her questioningly, and she has to translate for you.
So, actually, back to that. Can I would assume, intelligence check to see if it bears any resemblance to current Sannite? Like, I assume I've heard Sannite in the streets quite a bit.
I mean, you've definitely. Well, there was a time you heard Aquila and Hakaib talking it for sure.
I will give you this because yes, you've been fairly close to full-on conversations between Aquila and Haki, multiple people in the streets. This is not Sannite, but it sounds very similar.
Probably an ancient version of, or something it derived from.
Bing.
Makes sense if you were living the life of someone.
2,000 years ago, yes.
Yes, languages change. So, males that used to be in power staged a revolution.
No, not just them. Was the people as well.
They all got sacrificed during the procession?
What?
Said they were sacrificed during the procession, right?
Oh, during the funeral procession, yes.
Yeah.
It was.
Mm-hmm.
It was a. They were erasing the truth of her legacy.
Which is that she was a powerful female leader?
There was magic.
Fair, that suspicion had arose.
No, she turned the entire society around.
How so?
Well, when it started and when I first entered the other person's life, women were completely powerless. Had to be completely subservient to men, which is utter bullshit.
I agree.
And it was, couldn't own property, couldn't hold a profession.
Right, I think we did come across that she changed a lot of that.
Yes, but it went beyond that. Eventually, it was basically where men became the second-class citizens.
Not ideal, but one can understand the urge for revenge.
But then, it's like, because there was a while where things were going really well, equality was on the rise, and things were good, and the city was prospering, and then it took a turn, and it started to downslide. Everything, not just for men, but the city as a whole was starting to suffer. It's, sort of seemed to stop caring as much about the welfare of the city as a whole and, the privileged few and all of that.
Any idea what that tipping point was?
I wasn't in the inner circle, so no, I don't know. But I was a member of the heiresses.
Ah.
I was the one who informed the resistance. or one of the ones who informed them. I drew maps for them. Gave
Resistance
them
being the ones that
information.
overthrew her.
Yes.
Ah,
I was not sacrificed at the funeral. I was not prominent enough.
that's good to know.
I don't
would
know. I
imagine-
kind of would have liked it to end sooner. I had to keep living out their life after that. I fucking died.
Well, that would have happened at the funeral had you been sacrificed too, so.
I know, it was just. I died. I don't like that I know what dying feels like.
Fair.
Not pleasant.
So, does it seem like. Was she always. Well, I suppose evil's not the right word. Did it seem like she always didn't have the best interests in mind, or something just changed
Oh.
her?
No, that I saw her once when she was younger. When Persicus and his brother first arrived in the city, I saw them and her. And she was rather plain then. You know, plain, meek. 14 to 16.
How'd you go from that to being a leader,
Being a what?
the leader of the city?
I don't know, but I feel like it was a gradual change over time. Because there was a while where the Naotians and the Sannites were living more or less together decently well, but then tension started building. And at that point, I didn't even live within the walls of the city, so I cannot say at all what was causing that. But you know, there was brawling in the street, so you heard about it.
And so you think, or well, I don't know if you know or you're inferring, but all of this change was brought about using magic of some sort to influence people?
Oh, there was definitely magic there. You had women who could just go up and simply order men to give them their house, and they would.
Wow.
And they would then, you know, go live in the slums in a shack.
Hmm. Was
Did these
this
women have magic before? Or were they
Don't
given
know.
magic somehow?
As I said, I don't know. Yeah, no, I do remember those names. Have those written down, actually, so yeah.
when you say women could just go up to men and whatever? Was this any woman or a select
No, they were
group?
her
The inner circle?
handmaidens.
Ah, okay. And Persices, he was beside her this whole time?
Oh, yes, he was her main enforcer.
I assume he seemed to be enthralled in some way as well.
Don't know, I
Not
never got that close.
fair. So, the heiresses of Providence that
Hmm.
we thought was a group that revered her.
Oh, they did. They worshipped her as a living god.
But you were one of them and turned against the group?
Yes. I was.
Or what your name was?
Nope. I was still connected to some people who had not become so socially prominent. You know, people from the old neighborhood I grew up in, and they sort of they convinced. Well, they helped me see just sort of how bad things had gotten, and I'm living out someone else's life. So how much agency did I really have in all this?
You were just kind of like, I guess, in their head watching.
No, I didn't feel like that. No, it felt like it was me, which is why it's difficult to separate it all out.
It's strange, though, that if for the majority of the city was going downhill, everyone was, well, everyone outside the inner circle, it sounds like, was suffering to some degree.
Oh no,
Why
the
would
inner circle was the best off, but there was a certainly well-off female aristocracy, and women in general were doing decently. Well, maybe not in general, but it seemed like that for a bit. They were better in some ways, yes.
well,
Women had rights. Women
you
had a say in their lives, and that was appealing to many women.
well, either way, you said it wasn't all. It was a people's revolution, not just men.
Yes. Well,
It's odd that that was buried. That they would normally that's the kind of thing that is celebrated historically. People overthrowing a tyrant or whatnot.
well,
I mean, look at
maybe
Shanavium.
they didn't want to show that they had been dominated in such a way.
Oh, even then, you paint her as just a tyrant of some sort, not
No, she
a
did.
real.
She did a lot of good. There is a lot of the social reform that still exists today that came from her.
Though if I still feel like if it's enough to stage a revolution and assassination,
It was dangerous. You know, remembering that sort of power, other people might seek it out.
which is I understand the power part being kept secret, but correct me if I'm wrong, nothing has informed us that she was anything other than a generally well liked and queen.
She was assassinated. Well, the history books say she was assassinated.
Well, yes, there
That
was
was,
plenty of.
and she was called the Seducer of Persicus in Genovium. And yes, they are very biased, I will admit. But that was one of the things that interested me. There were always such big question marks with her.
Yes.
Some people are too dangerous to be remembered.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I just don't understand why you wouldn't. If you're going to lie, why would you not take your target down a peg or two?
Well, they did. She's considered a very minor ruler in modern day.
I suppose. It's just
She's largely she is largely considered a footnote in Sann'Kett.
oh, I suppose that's neither here nor there. I suppose we know where she is now, or was. That should probably be our next goal then. And I suppose the cult's interest in her makes much more sense now.
They
Oh,
called her the Witch Queen of Sann'Kett.
yes, that would be a much more understandable target.
She cannot be. She cannot be erased. She must be disposed of in some way. I want to take her remains to the Blood Hunters.
What are they gonna do with her?
They will deal with her in the way that Blood Hunters do.
Okay.
Because we can't simply leave her remains there, even if we fend off the cult.
I suppose you're right. Can't really think about what we would do when we found her.
Andrew, I just sent you something if you didn't notice.
What did Andrew get? Actually, we don't know about it, so I shouldn't ask.
Nope.
How did you? Well, I guess. Never mind. I guess he died and then came back.
Well, that person I was being died. I almost died. That was pretty
Glad
unpleasant.
you didn't. So how exactly did they put you in another life?
It was a combination of a couple of abilities. One of them is mine and one was theirs. Stop looking so satisfied, Jack.
You don't know what I am referring to. I have three
Sure.
different conversations going on at the moment.
I'm sure.
I need to go back and watch the recording of this. Make sure exactly what words I said.
You said artifact.
I did. Okay, I did.
You did. Because I was paying attention to that very much.
Uh,
You said artifacts, and I'm
that was
saying
going through my
remains.
head too.
She,
Like,
if you're
oh,
referring to Mekipse, said anything relating to this time period.
But he said remain, or artifacts. I said remains.
but he did fail his save.
Maybe. It's
So
a little complicated there.
figure it out later. Anyway,
Players
we're
to
not
this.
we're not playing dick each other over with the wish spell here. We're not going that deep in semantics. Because I can really screw you guys over if we want to play that game. So let's not play that game.
no, thank you. No.
Okay.
There was a spirit of agreement that you guys reached.
Then we're going to come to blows.
Oh. Anything else happen, or was that all that happened while you were gone?
Means that all that happened. I lived somebody else's life for decades.
Yeah, but did they take you anywhere? Did they do anything beforehand, or did they just take
I
you
mean,
straight to some room and said, "Here's a life, live it," and then wake you up?
oh no, there was a lot of dark. There was a lot of darkness. And but they were not upset with me. Not in any appreciable way.
Okay, well that's good.
Mm.
How? What did they do to your hand? Was that part of the ritual thingy?
I think so. I also got my soul ripped out of my body. That was unpleasant.
Yeah, I assume that would be. It's back. Where it belongs, you know.
I think it is. Still getting used to being me again.
You shorter than you are now, or were you also tall?
She was not a Goliath.
Yeah, that was interesting.
It's interesting again.
So you said you know where Dima Lima was buried?
Yeah, I was there with the it was a whole funeral parade. I went out with them.
I have a feeling we'll have to go there.
Mm.
Anyone else want to share what you've been up to throughout the last week?
We've all been doing research about all of this, as we could at least.
Did you guys find anything interesting?
Yeah, I found out more about that dead guy, the guy that died in the attack at the museum.
I'm not going to lie, I didn't think he was going to be particularly important. Was
Well,
he?
no. Well, he wasn't, but I did find out was that he was a sleeper agent. So, yeah, there's a bunch of people out there just waiting for some kind of message, I guess, to start on their cult plans.
I also found out she was never in the box.
She was never in the sarcophagus.
No, she was never in there.
So where?
Because they didn't know where she was buried. So she could never have been in that
Oh,
anyway.
you mean in the box at the museum? Okay. Gotcha. What else did we find out? So we found out that Dimaliba's son was also assassinated. Did you see anything about that?
I mean, I was there
Oh,
for
yeah.
her grandson being made king, yes. I mean, he was just a child when it happened.
That's right. It was strange that, well, at the time it seemed strange.
Yeah.
That the
Children
fact that
are much more moldable to what you want them to be.
fair
Did
did, but the
nobody
fact that her,
realize?
Hmm?
Or Andrew, go ahead.
I was going to say the fact that her son was assassinated as well just seemed like a side comment in history. Was he like
No, Jack, do I know anything about that?
The son?
Yeah.
No. Not you don't know particulars. He was dead around the same time that Dimaliba was dead, hence the grandson taking over. But no, you don't know much about that.
Okay. I would relay that as best I can.
I guess if society was flipped and the women are more important, then maybe the son dying just wasn't a big deal.
It was something like that was very intentional. I
Hmm. Trying to think what else would have been important that Akila didn't already cover.
I got a lot of stuff.
Hmm.
Aquila, make me a history check and an arcana check.
Hey, great. Neither of those I'm great at. Ha!
All right.
Never
Oh.
mind. I'm fantastic at it.
I will direct you to your DMs then.
Thank you.
Aw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's kind of where I was thinking anyway. It's offing the offspring. A good way of creating some proper separation between Demolita's influence, or sort of creating a clean break, I suppose.
Like tying up loose ends, or
No, like I said, a clean break. You know, it was her and her son, and that was, they probably considered the son too much of a threat because he was directly her son. He was grown enough to have children. He wasn't pliable by
Actually,
their
Aquila,
standards.
with that 21 history, stand by, everyone.
standing by.
I'm not saying things Jack wants me to say.
I was unclear and missed an important detail that you should have got.
Okay. Mm. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
That is Aquila putting together conjecture, drawing conclusions, and sort of remembering things after the fact.
Which is fair.
Mm-hmm.
Having to put everything together now.
Yeah.
She was involved in her downfall.
The son was?
Yes. I think well, he was never. He was. I think maybe he was killed. Then, during that, because I don't recall him ever being seen afterwards. He was definitely intentionally killed.
So actually, since you did live beyond the funeral,
Mm.
Persicus himself, what, we
Oh.
were told he committed suicide later?
Well, don't know. It's a fair assumption, I suppose, but with the funeral parade, he was there. And he was alive through the whole funeral parade when we went out to the tomb. And he and some others went into the tomb. He was, I think it was to take a sort of a position as a protector of his queen. But the people who went in the tomb, they never came back out. None of them.
He never came out of the tomb?
Mm-mm.
That,
You remember
to make
the
sure I
story
remember.
that was told about that, Taylor?
That's. I had to stop before I could get back to that part. Sorry. Chest circle.
Yeah, so I'm like,
Funny, this is sorry in sign language.
yeah,
Yeah. So it's like, sorry.
And I suppose we never got details, but like I was under the impression that he carried on for a little while after, and then committed suicide out of grief or whatever have you, guilt.
Oh, God, that's right. That's right.
According to your research, he killed himself as soon as he found out Demon Weaver was dead. He was
Oh, it was
he
as soon
was
as he.
struck
Okay.
by grief to the point where he killed himself out of grief, and they were buried at the same time.
yeah, that's what I think I remember hearing too.
Okay.
I do remember now. Yeah. They said that he cut out his own heart.
But that wasn't the case.
Remain as the eternal protector of his queen. But
oh Lord.
I don't know. Obviously, I didn't go in and check. But
well,
he was definitely alive up until then. He's definitely alive up until the end of the funeral parade when he went into the tomb.
It's like he's going to be a problem when we go find her.
Probably.
Yes, this. I suppose I expected us to find more. Otherwise, why was the cult have been so interested in her? But not a twist I saw coming.
There was. So I mentioned that the women could just command men to give, up their homes and such things. I remember that one of the other things that sort of started to turn the people against her was, there were rumors that her and her handmaidens could like melt the minds of men, and people were afraid. It's like people were going missing, or they would show suddenly their personalities would be completely changed.
That sounds familiar.
And shadows?
That what?
It's hard to remember everything all at once.
Well, definitely understand why they were interested, and not that I had any plans to let them get a hold of her anyway, but I think that goes double now.
It was definitely an interesting life. I was a seamstress for a while.
Ooh. You still remember how to oh?
I think so, yes. I feel like I could. Like I could
Cool.
weave fabric and whatnot.
Seamstress.
Yes. Yeah, I got I guess I got pretty good. I had my own shop and assistant.
Out of curiosity, I don't suppose you remember where your shop was.
I mean, the city has changed quite a lot, but it was weird walking through there. I got lost several times. But I don't, some of the older part of the city I possibly could.
Was the shop I was in an older part of the city, Jack?
Yeah.
We might need to take a walk tomorrow.
All right. What's your name again? I remember your face, goddammit, but I'm having a hard time with names.
Your own name?
Ander.
Right, I remember. I definitely remember you, yes.
Do you remember your own name?
Akila.
Okay, just want to make sure. Tali.
When she says Aquila, instead of saying Aquila, the rest of you would hear Saheni.
Oh, that was her name.
It's not until now, Aquila, that you realized that you even said anything different.
No, Akila. My name is Akila.
But your other life's name was Saheni.
I guess. Jack wouldn't tell me.
Well, where would be the fun in that?
I know, but I specifically asked what the name was and he wouldn't tell me.
No, that is kind of weird. You would think at some point in an entire life you would find out your own name.
Oh, no, it was definitely said, and we went over that.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, oh, you won't remember it. Which, to be fair, he's right, I totally didn't.
Well, but that would be one you would hear all the time.
Look, literally, there are very few names that I have written here. It's like, I have, Persicus and Demoliba and Redemicus, who I saw him too.
Mhm.
It seemed like he and Persicus were twins.
Mhm.
Maybe they looked very similar.
You knew that.
Yes.
Oh, I know. But Aquila's head is a jumble.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, during the conversation, she's probably had to stop several times because she said something. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because she said things in ancient songs.
Jack, quick. Well, actually, never mind. I'm gonna type it. In just a second.
Akila, in case you forgot, my name is Tali. That's Sevgi, and that's Shliva, and that's Krushka.
Right. I will try to remember that.
That's what I'm looking for. There.
Bear with me, audience, as I have a conversation with almost everybody.
Yeah, that's the problem when you try to do all this weird secret stuff on a
Yep.
stream.
Yep. No, I love it.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, it's been interesting. You can't deny. It's
What
made
about
for an
you, Ander? Where
interesting
did you?
info dump.
Yeah, what about you,
What,
Ander?
Tarzan?
Where did you go just now? Today.
1
Sleeva
minute.
said that.
Oh, this is important.
Okay.
Ander is in deep thought on such a topic.
I'm gonna whisper. Do you think he forgot where he went? Anybody really?
No, that's my shtick right now.
I'm trying to keep my answers brief so we can keep going. Unfortunately, brief always isn't thorough.
All a text.
And prone to misspellings.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk after this. 'Cause,
So much talk.
I would have pushed harder against things.
Yeah, see, I was like, I knew you weren't looking in the chat, which was why I was saying so much.
Yeah. What? Oh.
But yeah. But yes, I have at least a decent idea of where she was buried. Fair enough. That seems a reasonable thing for Shaliva to do.
Like, I really have to learn
Okay.
how to do that. It looks like fun.
Yes, Sleever is also a large badger and is digging with Krushka.
Yeah, probably since the point that Shaliva said that she still had no idea what was going on and was going over here.
Yeah.
Which has probably been an hour. I don't know.
Oh yeah, probably. Unfortunately, Shliva isn't well equipped to partake in such historical and political intrigue matters. Unfortunately.
Okay.
I feel like Akila's barely equipped for any of that either.
Flies back.
It's strange.
I love using enchantment magics and mindfuckery, but it really requires players to kind of just roll with things.
The problem is I don't know how to play this.
Okay.
This.
Should we take a break now? It's probably a good time to take a break.
Yeah,
discuss
I
some
think so.
things.
Yeah. I need
It's
to
about
get
that
more
time,
drink.
and yeah.
It is, and Andrew could clearly use a minute.
Well, it's.
You can step away.
I feel like a robot stuck in a paradox is the problem.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, let's take a quick break here, because it's about that time anyway. We're going to have a quick discussion. I'm hoping we don't have our break go over too terribly long. But we're going to have a quick discussion, go over some things, because this is a very complicated episode for my players. I've enjoyed being able to sit back and watch them try to put all the puzzle pieces together. So bear with us for a good 10 minutes or so. We're going to go do our own things. You guys get up, stretch your legs,
get a drink, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Roll some hit
Hydrate.
dice, and get your potions in a line, and we'll see what we get up to in this last
Some
little
flies.
bit. Yes, flies.
Don't get stuck
damn
in
it.
the past.
Yes. All right. We will be back in just a little bit. Everybody, stay with us. Hello and welcome back, or I should say, hello, we are back. Welcome us. Yeah, that doesn't work out either. Let's get back into our story. Thus far, it has been a lot of pretty much 3 different groups reconciling a lot of similar, overlapping, and sometimes contradictory information. So I think we have a lot of puzzle pieces on the board. We just need to put them together as best we can and find a way to move forward with them. So we had a quick discussion about how difficult enchantment magics can be for players. So bear with us as we try to sort out misaligned conceptions. So let's jump back into this. I think we really just left off mid-conversation at a lull about how to continue. I think Anders struggling with the paradox of having 2 friends now, original friends and new friends with Mekipse and her friends, and their competing interests. So I think there was a question from Tali. I don't remember what it was, but please, you guys, we're
Tali
still
was
on
going to
you.
ask. Tali was going to ask. Where did you go? Had you found the heiresses of Providence?
I
What?
thought I had found a group that would have more information on things. I didn't actually manage to get anything from them.
Oh, that's a shame.
So, we know where she is or was, which is most likely going to be the cult's target. And I would imagine they probably know as well by now, so.
Potentially. I mean, I had to go into a corpse to find it.
And
Basically?
they are a group centered around the undead.
True,
They
but
may.
2,000-year-old corpses are not always the easiest thing to find. I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm sorry.
Probably to make for whatever tomb
Mm.
you saw in your vision.
Not exactly a
In
vision,
her
but
life
close enough.
experience?
Memory, really.
And see if we can either, well, doubtful get there before them at this point, but hopefully stop them before whatever ritual they're planning on carrying out can be finished.
That would be
Unlike
nice for a change.
last time. Yes.
Yes. I want to leave quite soon.
Well, you seem really tired. You might need to rest first.
Well, I wasn't saying tonight, it's dark.
Okay. I'd say tomorrow's a good time to do it.
Do we need anything to prepare? How? Oh, I guess we just said 7 days trip. Do we need anything to prepare, or are we?
I mean, normal supplies, I would have liked some potions, but
Probably not time for that now if we were trying to head out.
mm, would I even remember how to make them?
That's a question you'll have to find the answer for yourself.
Mhm.
But hopefully after a night or two of sleep, maybe it'll wear off.
I've technically had several nights of sleep. I said the last several days have really just been a recovery for me.
Hopefully you remember how to fight. Or this might become problematic.
We'll find out soon, won't we?
I appreciate the optimism in it, but concerning.
I'm trying not to be concerned.
If you want to like spar a little bit, I don't mind.
Literal exhaustion.
Yeah, I think that's about it for the evening.
Okay.
Akil is coming down from 5 levels of exhaustion.
That's a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, one more would have killed her.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I believe we ended you at 2 levels of exhaustion, so this night's rest.
Well,
will
no,
put you
it was
down to 1.
no, because then I stayed another night at that house.
Okay, yeah, so you're just at 1 now. So tonight's rest will
Yeah.
put you with no exhaustion.
Exactly.
You were up to 5?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was 5 levels of exhaustion and 1 HP when I came out from that. I almost died.
You were like literally this close.
Yeah. Actually, you probably did die. It just didn't stick.
Oh no, I was pretty.
Yeah.
Well, no, my heart stopped, so technically, yeah, I did.
Okay, so
Akil died.
plan is to rest up for the night and then just start trekking down or up the River Sans.
I will say before
Yeah.
she collapses into sleep, she's going to look over that letter that she got again.
Okay. It is exactly as it is before, both written and otherwise, if you choose to bleed on it. I don't have written down verbatim exactly what I said, but it's...
No, you don't have to repeat it.
Actually,
just,
it
she
won't
might...
repeat. It was a one-time use sort of thing. It won't repeat.
Darn.
Yeah.
Well, then fine. But she would still look over it, if nothing else, and sort of trying to get more present.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's almost it's difficult to recall what that letter actually said. You forget for a moment that Adderhast had, you know, like sub-layers to that, and you're like, oh right, wait, he said something. Eventually you put it together, but you know, that was a long time ago.
For me, yeah, it sure was.
Okay, well, let's get to sleep so we can get a move on. So everyone gets their long rest in. I'm not going to bother you with watches and whatnot. You're fairly close to the walls and in a bubble. Yeah. Okay. In the morning, what would you guys like to do? I know there was talk of, we seem to end with let's get going, but I know there was brief talk about Ander showing Aquila where he went.
Oh
Brief
yeah.
talk about getting some supplies, but just a reminder, if you guys want to just head on out, there is nothing wrong with that either.
We can do that first if we need to.
Well, I think in light of clarifications and stuff, probably not going
Okay.
for the walk.
Okay.
Which, to be fair, Akila would probably be much more focused on trying to get things accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
So she wouldn't have wanted to go on that walk anyway.
Okay.
But yeah, trying to find some potions would be good.
Okay. Find potions or make potions.
Well, make potions would basically take a day.
Yeah. Yep.
So if I could find some pre-made, that would be awesome.
Sure. Just basically healing potions? Or do you want
Yeah.
anything fancier?
I mean, I would like fancier, but let's just go with the basic right now. Because they're mostly just in case someone goes down.
You are willing to go to the arcane census for these supplies?
Hey, Tali or Sevgi, would you guys be willing to go to the arcane census for these supplies?
Yeah.
Okay. To speed this up, yes, you can requisition these supplies, and by requisition I mean you do still need to pay.
Yeah.
They do have 5 regular healing potions available, and actually they do have 4 greater healing potions available, though they are more expensive.
How much more expensive are they?
It's been a long time since we've used anything.
Well, last time I made
Standard
one.
Healing. Standard healing potions are, of course, 50 gold. The greater healing potions are somewhere in here. I know they're very rarely used. Healing potions.
Christian's letting us know, I think. Or he was. Never mind.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I saw you typing and it was just the timing.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I was just trying to get some words in because
Yeah.
Let me just do this.
Just Google it.
it's not really a Googleable thing.
No?
No, the way that you do healing potions is different to the way that I do healing potions, which I think is different to the way that the DM's guy does healing potions. So
Yeah, because there really isn't a rule for healing potions. I don't know. Healing potions are
only regular ones,
Yeah,
to
only
my
regular
knowledge,
ones.
in the DM's guide. I use a modified list that is called a sane magic item prices.
Yeah.
That I believe I've shared with you, but you do not use it.
Yeah, I
because you
don't
have your
think
own
so.
system.
Because you gotta make things complicated.
Greater healing potions are 200 gold apiece.
Well, we got money in the bank.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I still have 1 healing potion. You're muted, Tali.
Can I have 1 greater potion and 1 lesser potion?
Sure. That's 250 gold.
Cool.
200
gold is what? 20 platinum, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And over 2 platinum and 50 gold.
Yeah. I'll get
Wait,
1 and
Yeah, no.
No.
20.
Platinum
Sorry,
is
20
10.
platinum.
20 platinum and 50 gold. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
wait a
Sorry.
second.
Did I say 2?
Yes.
I meant 20.
You were about to have a very upset potion maker on your hands.
Yeah, I'll get it's like I would purchase have her purchase for me 2 of the regulars and 1 greater.
Okay, that's 300 gold.
I would do that.
Yep.
Who's keeping track of our treasury?
I've still got them. I've still got the balance.
Gotcha. Cool. As long as somebody is taking care of the balance, you guys can, whoever you want can have the actual slip.
Yeah. Because I don't think anybody else actually knows what the balance is.
No.
Not exactly.
So I believe that was
Because Andrew used it last.
3 regulars bought and 3 graders bought.
3 and 2, I think.
3 and 2. Okay. So there's 2.
I
of
bought
each
1
left.
of each.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I bought only
Or
one
2 of
greater.
Yeah, so there's 2 of each available left if there's the one.
I mean, I was gonna pass out some of the potions, like I usually do when I make them. So it's like
I'm
give
just
one to
asking
Ander.
if we're purchasing any more.
I don't think so, because like I said, I usually pass
Okay.
out. Give one to Sevgi and one to Ander.
All right. Both of you mark those, and we can get going then.
Oh.
Unless there's anything more.
I was going to say, I'm covered. I actually have one already.
Take it anyway.
Okay.
Or I guess I could give it to Shaliva.
Yeah, Shaliva needs potions.
Yeah. If she'll take it.
If you're giving it to me, I will add it to my inventory.
Yeah. All right. Oh. Yeah. Give the potion to Shaliva. Here. It can be useful in a pinch.
Well, if there's nothing else, I suppose we should get moving.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With that, I assume you guys pack up all of your gear and start walking south along the river.
Yes, south.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way we can go from here, really.
Aquila can help guide us. Her
South very
experience
quickly.
as an ancient Sannite.
The south very quickly breaks west, or the river, I should say, breaks west 4
Mhm.
ways before it then dips back towards the south. Okay. Aquila, obviously, a lot has changed in the past 2,000 years. The landscape is wildly different.
Yeah, I know. I figure there's a lot of sort of stopping and closing our eyes and trying to picture the way the river moved, sort of the shape of the river, and sort of trying to match those up with.
Sure. Okay. Now for the first day, apologies there. For the first day, the travel is relatively easy. You are moving about the river in still a very populated area. And Shaliva would know, in fact, that even the next day's travel is probably going to be fairly easy, more following the river, up past settled areas. In order to speed this along and not get too bogged down with random encounters and whatnot, because I want to get the story moving along, is there anything in particular, since the day's travel will go rather monotonously but safely, anything you guys would like to get up to in your first 2 days of simply just walking south? As you do so, you have the river along along your right. As you travel southward, you pass by many different farmsteads growing various hardy crops, wheats and flax and whatnot.
Mm.
When Tali sees sand, she's gonna fill up those two vials that she got?
Yeah, there's a nice sort of top coat of sand around just from the winds, but because you're in the floodplains, you are still on fertile ground.
Yeah, when she gets to like actual desert, I mean.
Okay, that'll probably be a couple more days away.
Just want to throw that out there.
Sure.
Also, I imagine that sort of trying to use the memories to help navigate is kind of making it harder to separate out Aquila from the other person.
Yeah, you're probably holding on to those memories over trying to identify yourself.
So she keeps slipping into ancient Sans a fair bit.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And Tali's keeping an eye out for anything since we heard from the town crier about people disappearing. So she's, being extra cautious.
Okay. Aquila, make me a survival check. Yeah, for at least this leg of the journey, it's hard to put together, reconcile how drastically different your two lives are and the 2,000 years that span them. I mean, as long as you stick to the river, you should be fine more or less. It's more of a gauge of how much the river has changed, how much the sand dunes have changed, and how far exactly to walk and if you're going to recognize when to stop. As of now, you're not certain. You have time to figure it out, likely. Anything else we're getting up to?
Not for me.
Yeah. You said Keel's just over there quietly having an identity crisis.
Right.
I love your lack of concern.
Holly's boundless optimism.
Yeah, Tali just has confidence in the abilities of her friends.
It's a boundless optimism, lack of care.
Confidence.
For the first 2 days, you travel and it's slow going. It's hot for pretty much everybody except Aquila and Shliva. It's quite hot out here. You are wearing Sannite clothes, but you aren't wearing necessarily hot weather gear. You are simply wearing, common people's clothes for day-to-day travel within the city.
Yeah, I would like to point out that Shliva has never changed into such clothing and has continued to wear her normal.
Less of a problem for Shliva with the infernal ancestry.
And this is just home.
Yeah, for Aquila. Okay. The nights, likewise, go by without too much fuss. I assume moving this far out, even though you are generally still within the Sannite sort of suburban countryside, not even really suburban. I only use suburban as the literal Latin outside the city.
That's sort of its dictionary definition.
Yeah. But the rural sort of countryside that is along the river here. For these first 2 days, 2 nights, you don't really notice anything too far out of the ordinary. Unless you make any particular point to go and bother people. You don't see too many people. It's still going to be a little bit before harvest. But many of the fields are lush with crops. As you continue your 3rd day up the River Sans,
Shliva, you would begin to know slowly over the course of a few hours marching throughout the day that the crops begin to look less and less healthy. There's probably even less people out than you would have seen tending to the other fields. If that is something of note.
And just lean into Tully. I think we're getting closer.
Closer to the thing that the town crier was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
We might need to look out then. Be alert.
Continuing forward.
I assume we
Oh,
told Sorry, I was gonna say I assume we told everybody else about it too, so I'd probably tell them to stay alert too.
On alert or something.
okay.
Cool.
Continuing on throughout the day. Everybody make me a perception check. Shliva, instead of perception, you may feel free to make me a nature check.
Straight.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, what do we got here?
It's a 7 plus. Hold on. My perception. Hold on a second.
Well,
That's a 14
okay.
total.
Okay. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, plus 7.
Yeah.
Nice.
Her wisdom is 3 and her proficiency is 4.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. With that, Ander and Aquila, Aquila, I will say, it takes you a while to pick up on this because you are still, dealing with your own internal thoughts and trying to compensate for 2,000 years of drift. But eventually, the both of you do realize that that the crops don't look all that healthy. However, the ground does seem to be, quite. You're not sure about the healthiness of the soil, but it looks well watered. It's definitely there's moisture present in the area. It's not drought that is causing a problem here. You see no signs of pests. You do notice that there is damage to some of the fencing, some of the housing. You pass by a few what looks like broken carts, whether they be actual produce or either trade good carts or whether they just look like they're hand carts or plows or whatnot. And you see much fewer people as you travel into the evening. Not only does the land looks fine, but the crops do not, and you don't see a lot of people. But that is simply painting a continued picture from what you saw earlier today. So without anything particular for you guys to do, we can continue on for the evening and set up camp. Now let me.
No, I just said sounds good.
Let me ask actually, because you are traveling through lived-in area. Would you simply be mundanely camping along the side of the road, or would you take time to trek through or past fields to get to the back of places to set up the dome again? What are you guys doing?
Yeah, I prefer the dome.
Yeah, I would say probably take the time to kind of get out of sight, and
Yeah, it's probably safer with what's going on.
Okay.
if there's a place to set it up without, being an eye line of some farmer's window.
Okay. Akila, go ahead and make me another survival check.
That's better.
Okay. In the past 3 days, it's hard to tell. You're fairly certain the 5 and a badger of you are moving considerably faster than the funeral procession did.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably not going to be 7 days for you guys.
Yeah.
Because you can move faster throughout the day, and you aren't really stopping to sacrifice a whole bunch of people and have a feast every night.
Yep.
So
the lack of feasting is a shame.
Yeah. In this amount of time, you've probably passed, you're not sure, 4, maybe 5 of the stops you made, which includes 4, maybe 5 places along this river where dozens, if not hundreds of people were sacrificed. Cumulatively.
Yeah.
So you make your
Which,
way.
it alternates with, it's like, well, that's really weird because it alternates with, sort of saying, it's like, oh, that's the way things were done. And Akila's like, well, that's terrible. That's terrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the thought that you could have been one of those people that was rounded up for this, but somehow managed to sneak by, just not important enough, not remembered enough at that time. Okay. I want to review something real quick, but you guys make your way several hundred feet away from the river, past one of these farmsteads, beyond the fields, and probably for a few hundred feet past that, just to make sure you're out of eye line and set up for the evening. Is there anything you would like to do with any new information or change of scenery? That is not a leading question, just asking consent to move on.
Yeah, no, did want to ask Andrew something.
Okay.
Sorry, just your expression. Sort of sitting there at some point, maybe having grabbed some reeds and sort of absently beginning to weave them together, because that's just a very fresh thing in her mind. You had seemed very interested about seamstresses before. Whatever happened with that?
I think we kind of need to retcon that comment because that was before I got clarification. Or, well, I was just working through some stuff in my head, but
What stuff?
the whole situation we're dealing with. Trying to put pieces together, but
Look, I have a lot that I'm trying to sort out in my own head. You should feel free to talk about it.
pretty sure I've told you that line too once or twice, but
Maybe. It's hard to remember.
if it comes up, we'll discuss it, but I think you have plenty to worry about right now, just trying to sort out what's you and what's not.
Yes. I suppose it's especially hard when I'm not necessarily trying to sort it right now. I'm trying to use it first.
That does add a different wrinkle to the problem.
All right. Very well, if you don't have anything to talk about, that's fine.
Not at the moment.
Okay. Set out, fine. So I guess nothing's getting accomplished, so okay. Accomplished isn't the right word.
I am now having secret words with Christian.
There.
Secret words.
I mean, he's been having secret words with a lot of people. Well, yeah, I guess if there's nothing else, just sleep.
Okay. I want, assuming that at some point throughout the night everybody is taking some sort of watch, I would like everybody to make me a perception check. Aquila, yours can be at advantage.
Man.
Tali ain't seen nothing.
I was more concerned about finding some sand for her vials.
Two out of three ain't great. Out of
Okay.
5. God damn it.
Well, you are not disturbed necessarily throughout tonight's rest. And we can leave it vague as to what the rest is, unless it becomes an issue. But Aquila and Shliva, throughout the night, you would notice, probably hear more than see, given darkness, even with dark vision. Some sort of commotion. Aquila, you notice this to the west. Out further, presumably into the desert. You're not sure if it's all the way to the desert, because you still have a little bit, probably half a mile or so, of relatively fertile dirt before you get to the desert really starting to take over. But somewhere out there, beyond the range of where you can easily see, or really see at all, you hear some sort of shuffling about, movement in the dirt and underbrush and maybe sand.
but nothing loud enough or close enough to necessarily warrant rousing the party, unless you are particularly paranoid or want to go investigate. It could be general wildlife out here, could be something much more sinister, but at the very least, it's not necessarily immediately bothering you.
Well, Aquila, are you paranoid?
That's a
Question
good
is how
question,
paranoid.
considering her sort of fractured mental state.
I will point out at this point that you are well past 2,000 years ago where there would have been people settled along this river. And out this far away from the city, there would have been tales of various monsters and creatures, aberrations, undead, beasts.
Well, then she certainly isn't going to go investigate that nonsense.
On top of simply wild animals, especially given modern day, where, you know, most of those problems have supposedly been solved in the past 200-300 years. Could easily just be animals or somebody wandering around. But it's up to you whether you want to wake people up, go out and check.
No, Bubble's safe.
Okay. So you just hang out and observe. And it eventually stops and you switch out. Shliva, when it gets around to your turn, you hear some sort of commotion to the east, back towards the river. It's distant, maybe not all the way to the river, maybe beyond. You're not sure. I mean, 21 perception is good, so it's probably in that general region. You can't see that far, but you get the sense that there's maybe some movement in some of the crops. You don't hear... You see nothing of note, again, because you can only see really 60 feet out. But you don't hear much, aside from there's clearly movement out there of some sort. Again, not close enough, not loud enough, not seemingly dangerous enough to immediately cause concern outside of what I wrote to you previously.
And I have no gauge for how far away it is. To put it in actual distance terms.
Do you have a spell to accomplish such matters?
No.
No?
I don't think. I mean, I know my dark vision is 60 feet, so
okay.
if I can't see it, it's presumably farther away than that. But
Correct.
I don't. I'm just trying to figure out if.
I mean, with a 21, if you're just trying to listen out and try to judge how far this sound is, probably, and it's barely noticeable. It's more than just the sound of the movement of the river, and it's also more than just the sound of wind, but it is definitely back towards the river. And again, you're probably a good half-mile or so, maybe not that much, back from the river, but there's definitely commotion within the crops, frail as they currently are. But a ways out. It's faint. You hardly notice it. A ways out.
Okay, then I suppose I do nothing.
Okay. The evening will continue with no actual disturbances.
Whoever takes a watch after me, or if that is a thing that happens, I don't know. Or I can just wait until the morning.
Tali would certainly be up.
That's always always up.
except for 4 hours.
Yeah, relatively always.
Tali, I don't. I know I said that it felt like we were getting closer before. This is a lot worse than what I expected.
Worse how?
Um, do you remember how I told you about the the fireplace before? The um I think these people might have. I don't think it's a portal. Um, it's it's really corrupted here.
Corrupted?
Mm,
Hmm.
it's it's a, it's a lot like what I've dealt with before. Um, but it's I, I think we're too late.
Too late to find Demolipo?
I think they already have done what they wanted to. Probably.
Hmm. You, can you tell how close we are? How long before we get there?
Mm, it's kind of all around. It's very persistent. It's I'm worried about what we might find. And there's weird movements in the fields. I didn't want to go look because that's not really. I can't find that stuff. Not not really, and I don't know what I'm dealing with either. I
Yeah.
don't really know what's happening anymore. I know I've been saying that for a while, but I everything seems messed up.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know if things are always this difficult with so many different people, but it's I usually just am alone, so I only deal with what I know. That's a lot easier
Hmm.
because then I don't have anyone to argue with or anything. Anyway, I think everyone needs to we really need to be more careful now.
Okay.
Good night.
Okay. Good night. Tali's just gonna, I guess, try not to be even more paranoid than she was already feeling.
Okay. Well, with that critical failure
The
on your
paranoia is
perception, you
catching.
notice nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. We have an hour to go.
Yeah, that was fast.
Yep, let's keep walking.
I'm assuming, but don't let me dictate this assumption, that you would be probably camping up as close to sunset as possible to maximize your travel during the day, before the sun gets at its highest. So you guys would get up fairly early.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're trying to get there as soon as we can.
Okay.
So we can try to beat Cult
No,
of
so it's the
Worms. Although
desert.
it's kind of starting to feel like and it's the desert.
Let me also point out that last night was the start of a full moon.
Okay.
Any particular reason you're pointing that out?
I don't know. So in the morning, you pack your things up and make your way back to the river, I presume, because that's the easiest way for at least Aquila to mark the passage of your movement and through time.
The rest of the party would likely notice that beginning this morning, Shliva is taking time to equip Krushka with her barding.
You think we're heading into trouble?
Yeah, it's gonna get bad. It's gonna get worse. I don't know which of those is heavier.
They both weigh about the same to me. Well, hopefully we can make things better.
That's what we're here for.
So I guess we're walking again.
Krushka's armor, remind me, did we classify that as light or medium armor?
Say breastplate, for all intents and purposes.
Yeah,
so it is medium.
That's what I thought. Yes. Yes, traveling in armor in this hot of a landscape is going to have possible detriments for anyone in medium armor or higher, because it is not designed. Yeah, Aquila, you're fine.
Okay, just making.
not
I'm
designed.
literally just making sure.
Yeah. Aquila and Shliva are fine because of their ancestry. Everybody else in medium or heavier armor, which I think is just Tali,
Yeah.
is going to have to be making some exhaustion checks throughout the day if you choose to wear
Oh
armor.
man. I don't want to not wear armor, especially with how Shliva, whether intentionally or not, creeped her out the other night.
Mhm. Those checks will be easier
yeah,
as you
so-
stick towards the river, where there is a bit, just moisture and a bit more breeze from this fertile area. But going further out in the desert, should you have to, as it gets hotter and hotter and hotter, and moisture gets lower and lower and lower, you're gonna have.
Tully has her
compounding
rain
problems.
stick.
Yeah, but that only
also
helps
bought
so
a
much.
fan.
That only helps so much.
Okay.
Hmm.
Something
Okay,
to know
I'm fine
going
with that.
forward. But everyone's donning their armor.
Yeah.
I am.
Okay.
Hi, Margaret.
Okay. Heading back towards the river, you continue to make your way southward, up the river Sans.
Mm-hmm.
You get to the point where you're most likely starting to get to the outskirts of the farmable area around here, or at least the populated farmable area. You guys do have a map to consult, but you are getting so far away from the main city that you are going to find a drop-off in populated areas until you get to that large lake, sort of in the center of the sort of savanna-like area, where there's a bit more moisture that is trapped just in front of
I
the
see.
Gibliarach. There is going to be a small settlement up there, but that's still 2 days away or more. Aquila, you know that you did not get to a lake of that sort during the funeral procession. So it clearly will not be a 7-day travel for you. Somewhere in the next probably 2 days, you're gonna get to a point
Mm-hmm.
close, presumably, to where that happened.
Okay.
But before we get to that point, you're getting to the outskirts of the farming countryside.
Mm-hmm.
It continues to deteriorate as you do so, to the point where many of the crops are not only sickly, but withered. Full yields lost. The soil, however, looks fine for anybody who is familiar with farming.
Do you see any like bugs or anything like that? Like other living things?
No, not particularly. Should probably make you roll a perception for that, but no, not particularly, because I've already said so.
Suddenly there's a swarm.
As you are moving your way along, you all feel a chill, which is unusual because it's hot as hell out here.
Desert?
Um, Casting detect magic.
Casting detect magic, you feel a I was going to say low level, but not really a pervasive necromantic aura everywhere. It's not like particular objects are giving off an aura. You are in some sort of probably what is the desecrated area.
But it's huge. Theoretically, I mean,
It is within the 20-30 foot radius of your detect magic. Even if it's 60-foot radius, still within. Yeah.
if I keep or walk back a little ways, walk forward a little ways, like take a round or so to move around, does it seem to just be the whole kind of area?
Yeah.
So yeah, fairly large desecrated area. How does this register in comparison to the Fields of Peace?
I had the same thought.
Too. Mhm.
Similar, but not the same. newer.
Hmm.
When you got a sense of the Fields of Peace, it felt like you were experiencing an immensely powerful necromantic aura that has dissipated over centuries and centuries of time. This feels much newer, but not much weaker
Not much weaker.
than what you sensed before. So not
Oh,
nearly
oh.
as powerful when it started, but at this point about the same, but
Gotcha.
different and also newer.
Well, they definitely got here before us.
I want everyone to roll initiative.
Oh no, but yes.
Wait, we don't have a map.
No, we don't have a map.
It means we don't have pieces we can click.
No, you do not.
Oh shoot.
Let me see if I can
Whoops.
fix that super quick.
I jumped the gun there. Do that.
Yes, you did.
But I rolled well.
Yeah, you did. You did good.
Myself on the back.
Unfortunately, I am leaning more and more towards Theater of Mind, but I know some among you are particularly averse to that. However, it is easier to do in situations like this, especially because...
It's easier
Well,
to
I
visualize.
mostly just wanted it for
the plan or
the
whatever.
initiative tracker.
Yeah, let me throw you guys...
It's nice to be able to visualize the
down over
battlefield
here.
too.
Yeah, true.
Well,
We're in a blank white void. Oh crap! I've been in a white void before.
Just for harder tactical fights.
Yeah, some of them definitely.
Yeah, if we're not fighting cannon fodder, it's
Or like, what was it with that swamp where we had to
Yeah.
navigate around things?
yeah, where the terrain is a particular problem, yes, I would normally include a map. Let me go ahead and... What do we got here as far as scale? And the big problem with some maps is getting you guys to stay on the map. I can make a map, but if you choose to move beyond the map, there's really no reason to have the map in the first place.
Not my fault. You gave her a horse. Wow.
Ooh.
So let's... It'll be a super simple map, if ever there was one. Unless we want to call it early, and I can make a map for next week, but I was not sure if we were going to get to this point, nor if it was going to require a map. How do I do this? I need to go here. There we go.
okay. So I guess we're just rolling.
I guess.
Yeah, go ahead and
Everyone
roll.
else-
I will add you guys to the initiative. I'll go with a nice big
I don't know why I'm always amused by your minus 0.92.
I don't know why either.
I don't know. I think it's just because it's everyone else has positive numbers, and it's always mildly amusing the negative there. It's less amusing for me when it's my negative charisma. But I'm sure plenty of other people find it amusing.
I wouldn't have even noticed.
I'm about to say I've never paid enough attention to the modifiers on your roll to notice.
I was honestly less talking about the actual number and more just how terrible I am at anything charisma based.
probably way more space than we need.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and do that, and we will put, let's say, this over here. It's probably a good size. Something, let's say, over there. All right.
We in the ocean? Never mind. Why is mine blue?
If you zoom out, the blue
Mm-hmm.
is the river.
Why are we in the
Oh.
river?
Oh.
Because
why
that's
should we
where
live in the river?
because that's where Christian put themselves.
It was a white space before I dragged my token onto.
Yes.
I don't have a token.
You should.
I
I dragged
do
my,
not
I
either.
dragged my tokens onto.
Yeah.
I put them there.
I believe you guys do have control over giving yourself tokens.
You do. Where do you
Wow.
So
Yeah.
you go to your character sheet, you click on the name of your character, and you hold down and you drag them to the board.
Oh.
Not the portrait, the word name.
Uh.
Oh, mine's open in a different
Ooh.
window.
You can also just do it
Yes.
from the character
Oh.
list, apparently.
Yeah, that's where I did mine from. That is cool. Okay. Look
Okay.
at Tolly.
Didn't know that was a thing you can do.
Oh, there I am. In the middle
Hey,
of
I'm
two
gonna
spaces.
stand
This'll
over
work.
here. Friends. Tequila. Hi, Ander. I'm gonna see.
Yeah, so I can't pull my character sheet up on Roll20. So
Mm,
Can you just go to the list of character sheets and there you can drag the name over.
let me try that.
I can get
Not there yet,
you.
okay.
I can
Hey.
get you a token if. Okay. I don't know
Yep,
what to do
I'm good.
about if you can't access your character sheet, but I can at least get you a token.
She got one. We're good.
Okay.
Oh,
Go. Sevgi. Okay, I'm going back to my spot.
I need. There we go. All right, we'll see if we can get this done in the next 45 minutes or so.
ha 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 ha.
Here. Stephen, could you move the mic just a little bit away from your face? Thank you. Am I on the right layer? I believe I am. I believe that is correct. Let me double check. There we go.
I don't see anything.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Okay. So let's grab.
Theater of the mind.
Ish.
No,
Ish.
I made you guys a map. Damn it. Doesn't mean you can see everything on the map.
Except the
That's
baddies.
just for reference.
Okay.
Totally not a bad map.
Totally not a battle map. Except I just told
It's
you
just a
all to roll
travel map.
initiative.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to pull up the initiative tracker and plug all you guys in. It's been a while since we did this. Where are you at, initiative tracker? There you are.
Boat was the last time.
Yeah.
Little ghosties and Big Ghosty and the crew.
Okay, so I need to get rid of all of that.
Yeah. My initiative was slightly better this time.
Okay, so let's see. We have Tali. Just going down the list here.
Sorry.
With a 17.14.
17.
We have Shliva. Does Krushka act? I believe Krushka acts on your...
That is your rules,
Yep.
yes, sir.
The both of you have a 5. Then we have Sevgi with a natural 20 going to 22 on initiative.
Let's go first.
Akila with a 10.16.
Yeah, I can't seem to roll initiative very well.
And that's good middle ground. And
Yeah, I'm
Ander with 7.08.
Ander not quite bringing up the rear.
And then let me go ahead and
roll.
Right, how do I do this on... There it is. Alright.
The votive flood?
Oh, you guys can't see that. Alright. That's fine. Descending. That puts everybody in order. Okay. So, you are all walking along the river. As I said, you get this chill that goes past you. You are along the side of this river, off to your left, off to your right. You're moving past, at this point, fairly decrepit fencing. The yellowish tan space over here was at one point a field of something, be it wheat, corn, flax, but has since been... It's not doing well. Since been corrupted in some fashion. Dead and dying plants. Over here, there is the beginning of probably one of the last farmsteads. However, it does seem to be abandoned. You can see that there is clear... there's clear water damage, actually, to the fencing around it, and even up to the building itself. There also looks to be parts of the walls and even ceiling that have either collapsed or have been broken in or out. And it looked like there was a stable over here at some point, but is, no longer being used. Talia has a question.
Yeah, you said the water damage is on over here on this side on the this farmhouse and the fencing. So was it not on this side?
It is on that side,
with
yeah.
this fencing? Okay,
Yeah.
just want to clarify that. Cool.
Okay.
It was magic water, but never mind.
Is Sevgi really 15 feet in front of everybody?
It's probably not.
I can let you guys generally move about where you would be, somewhere in the center of this pathway, giving you some movement, so you don't immediately run off the map.
It would be there.
Okay.
I'm scared, but it's still take it back. I think she would be though.
What how bad do I want this to be?
Cool.
Not bad.
Can you guys all handle this?
No.
Supposedly. Yeah, you
Find
guys
out.
will do fine. Yeah.
Boy, that sounds like what happened last time we lost a party member.
You guys will do
Yeah.
probably fine. Probably.
Yeah.
Look, the more you say probably, the less encouraging it is.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Really need more. I think I can do this, and I can move this over here. All right. Wow, that took 10 minutes to set up. All right. So, as you are walking by, yes, you get a chill. You notice your surroundings. And then, I would say, Shliva, you get a particular spike in that sort of overlaying necromantic field that you can kind of feel just buzzing at the hair on the back of your neck. Particularly centered around the river. Ander might feel a slight drawl in that direction from the detect magic and what you've that underlying necromantic field as well. Sort of starting to coalesce a bit more in the river.
Oh.
And you can see as you are moving back and forth, Ander, Shliva, as you are, I forget whether you were discussing with people or not, but as you were looking around the place, trying to figure out what is going on with this necromantic energy, there is a sudden rush of water unnaturally being pulled from the river up to shore into you guys.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry. I was just remembering the water elemental that Tolly got stuck inside.
And Anders' stick
Yeah.
there
Yes,
kept
I'm
hitting me.
sorry.
Yeah.
I was just having flashbacks to that.
Yeah. So, you
That was
see,
hilarious.
particularly before the water
Yeah.
overtakes 4 out of 5 of you and the badger,
We don't
Good
get a
thing I
chance. We
stood
don't get
where
an
I stood.
opportunity to dodge.
you will get saving throws. But you see water supernaturally rise. This is a surprise round. Supernaturally rise from the river. You can see what looks like dozens, if not hundreds, of spectral energies overlapping, crawling, swimming over top of each other, looking like they are gasping for air or screaming out as the flood of this almost ghost-infused water throws itself towards this pack of you. I covered everybody up. I need, who's under there? Everybody but Tolly.
Everybody but Tolly.
To make a strength saving throw.
Man, it's a good thing I stood where I did, because I would have been stuck in there for who knows how long. That's just how these things go for me. You guys. Oh no.
You started this, Jack.
I did.
Ooh.
Okay.
So, did you just kill us all?
No, not yet.
All of you.
Where'd
What, does Tolly want to be left alone in the desert?
Ty will walk back to Sann'Kett.
Just let
After
the
you
undead
take,
cult succeed?
you'll walk back after you kill this thing by yourself.
Yeah.
oh, right, there it is. Okay.
Now, if anything, Tyler would probably. I don't know what Tyler would do if she got left all alone in the desert. That now I'm sad. I don't want to think about that.
Oh, sure, you're sad about getting left alone in the desert, not about losing us.
No. Well, yeah, that's what's the sad part.
Uh-huh.
Tyler would be sad about losing all of her friends. Aww. It's better
You
not
each
die.
You each take 23 points of necrotic damage and are
Oh.
grappled and restrained and no
What?
longer able to breathe as you are overwhelmed by this ghostly flood. The spirits inside grabbing at you, pulling you into the depths. New votives for the sacrifice.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Aquila, you know these souls. Long
Yep.
since past.
You know, I had a feeling. I'm like, there's
yeah.
probably so many bodies in that river.
Mm.
Mm.
Okay, so the way surprise rounds work is there's a full round in which none of you guys get to act, and then we start at the top of the next round. With Sevgi. You are submerged
I
in
have a
water, you
plan.
cannot breathe, you are grappled and restrained, which means you cannot move, but you can act largely as normal. I believe restrained gives you disadvantage. Attack rolls you make have disadvantage. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Automatically fail dexterity saving throws. Speed is 0. But you can otherwise act. You can also make an escape attempt as an action using your athletics. Athletics or acrobatics, I believe.
I guess I'll try and escape. I don't feel like I have too many options right
Mhm.
now.
Because some spells don't actually require attack rolls, you are free to use spells. Those that have attack rolls would be at disadvantage, but there is nothing stopping you from forcing saving throws. If that, unless you are concerned about drowning, which is a fair concern to have, you can attempt to pull yourself out.
I'll try that first and go from there, I guess. You said acrobatics or athletics? Or
Yeah, let's just go with that. Acrobatics or athletics.
okay.
Acrobatics probably makes more sense since you are actually, subsumed in water.
Hey.
There's not a lot of acrobatic movement you could do for this, but I think, grapple rules. Escaping a grapple. Do so, you must succeed
rolled.
on a strength, athletics, or dexterity acrobatics check. Yes. Okay. With an 18, actually, you are able to pull yourself free. Very nice. So you were right here. So you can actually just manage to swim past and throw yourself just outside this spectral flood. That is, however, your action. I will say that only took you 5 feet of movement, just because it's sort of forced movement. So you can move if you would like to, but you have used your action.
Okay, that's okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and just move back one
Okay.
and go from there, and that'll be it.
All right. Next, we have Tali. You are not within this floodwater. You are free to
I
act.
am not. I'm free. So,
Don't float.
really, I really wish I had a water walk prepared. That would have been a nifty spell to try to use. But instead, I have control water. I don't know how this is going to work. I'm kind of stretching it, honestly. I part the water? Would that do anything useful at all?
I'm not sure that's really a combat-oriented spell. I
Not
don't
really.
think it's...
Well, kinda. It can do damage.
It can? Okay.
Like a whirlpool, but I'm not making a whirlpool. I'm just
You
trying
want
to.
to
I
whirlpool
don't
your
know. See if I
friends?
can.
That would be
Oh.
terrible.
I feel like we've
Not
tried that
us.
once and it didn't go well.
Yeah. No, I think it whirlpooled itself while I was inside,
It
so
may,
I
yeah.
was getting hit with it. It turned into a blender, a tolly smoothie. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure using this against the creature it would do much of anything.
Okay.
Hmm. What is your intent? I feel like
My
yeah.
intent would be to like pull the water apart so that they fall out of the elemental, I guess, or to like at least make it easier for them to get out.
I will let you blow this 4th level spell slot to give each of them advantage on their next escape attempt. As long as you
All right,
maintain concentration.
I will take that. Cool.
It will take your action every round to continue providing that advantage. So if they don't get out this turn, you can continue to do it next turn, but it will continue to take your action. I like that.
Cool.
So she's basically just standing there. It's like,
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, you're redirecting the flow
Trying
of the
to
water.
help. Make it easy. I could do this for range of 300 feet. I'm gonna back up a little bit.
Let me actually call for when you back up, you get smacked because you were leaving its threatened area.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh man!
You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage and 11 points of necrotic damage.
Yeah, and I can't even use my Wrath of the Storm because I'm concentrating on a spell.
I also need you to make a dexterity, not a constitution saving throw.
Okay.
That last bit should not have popped up, but you know what? Fine.
Constitution saving throw.
Okay. You're
She's
fine.
good.
Unnatural.
Very good. You are
So
not
12 and
inflicted by
11
mummy
is-
rot, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
11 and 12. Wow. A lot of damage. But I'm okay. I'll be alright. Cool.
What is your spell save DC? Because
Save DC?
Yeah.
15.
I'm trying to
15,
think of
yep.
how, because I feel like to be fair, it would get a
Have to give it a saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay.
As we're really going off script as far as how this spell works, but I really like the creative use of it.
Even when she's having to maintain concentration every turn?
The concentration
Or,
spell.
I'm sorry, taking all of her action to continue maintaining that. But yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
I forgot how you'd said it was going to work.
We will call this... Let me ask you, Tali. Are you trying more, the way you're flavoring this, are you trying more to exert sheer, strength through faith to pull at the water? Or are you trying to exert control, mental control over the water to get it to do what you want it to do? There's a slight distinction between those two.
Well, considering it's an elemental, which means it's alive, I would assume that's like mental control.
Okay.
If it was just regular water,
fair.
that would be, I guess, more strength.
I think that's fair. So I will give it a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Fail.
It fails.
Yeah.
You suck, water.
I mean, it kind of does.
Nature
Okay.
abhors a vacuum.
That is Tali's turn. Aquila, you can
Yes.
feel the water being sort of pulled away from you as you struggle. It is easier to move in this water. The ghosts are kind of being pulled away, sort of deterred, rebuked even.
Yeah. Cool.
So your options are the same as Sevgi's, if you recall.
Yeah. No, because I
You
had
have advantage.
Yes.
That's true. I had wondered if I could try to chug a potion of water breathing, but
That would only, to be fair, that would only help you with the breathing. The water problem, taking damage would still occur.
oh yeah. But if I can breathe, then that would give me more time to think.
Sure.
But I'm gonna go ahead and try to get out.
Okay.
God damn it!
You are not able to do so. Even with Tali pulling at the spectral forms, the minds of these ghosts in the water, some of them still manage to grasp onto you and keep you, pulling you down into the water. And this is probably very concerning for Aquila, flashing back to when you
Oh.
witnessed this sacrifice, thinking, that could be me. Well, it's you now.
It's not me! It's another person!
It's you now. I'm going to continue Anders' anger towards me today, because he doesn't get to go
I
before
can't
the
bonus
flood.
action to take a potion then?
Sure, yeah. Go ahead. You have a bonus action.
I'll say, can I do the water breathing potion?
Go ahead. Yeah, you can do
Okay,
so.
cool. I'm gonna pop that.
It
Gives me an hour of water breathing.
Yes. It's viscous and slimy, tastes a bit like dirt and seaweed. It's not pleasant, but you can, as you fight against keeping air in your lungs and water out, you realize if the potion is doing its job, you should be able to breathe fine. You slowly resign and fight against the urge to not breathe water in, but you do open your mouth, water flows in, and it sustains you, more or less. It tastes absolutely terrible.
But hey, I'm breathing.
Make a con save.
God damn it.
You're fine.
Sorry, forgot to change back, but
Yeah.
20 was the first one.
Yeah, this is some particularly nasty water.
I'm sure.
Alright, so Ander, Aquila,
Full of dead
Sevgi,
bodies.
and Shliva, not Sevgi, Shliva and Krishka are still within this this votive flood, and it is back to its turn.
You got out.
Yes, I meant Shliva and Krushka. Okay. At the beginning of this creature's turn. Is that the beginning or the end of this creature's turn? At the start of each of its turn. Yeah, no.
What's it gonna do?
Try and kill us.
How much health do all of you have?
Sense.
I can't see Shliva's health bar. Oh.
I don't hear.
42.
Stop trying to kill us!
Update mine. Okay. Here you go. Whoops. There we go.
This is the problem with higher level combat. It gets hard.
Well,
It gets
damage.
dangerous. More damage.
You're the one who controls this.
You each take 26
Wow.
points of necrotic damage.
Wow.
Stone's Endurance.
Gotcha.
I'm bloodied.
Yep.
Hi. Quite a bit.
Yep.
God damn it.
Very similar to the water elemental, though this is no longer a, challenge rating 3 enemy. This is much, much beefier. Okay, with that... yeah, with that, I think it's just going to make some slam attacks against Sevgi.
because it's an action to initiate that. Afterwards, it just happens at the beginning of turn. Yeah, so it can still make its attacks. There you go. Sevgi, your AC.
It's a
It's a
15.
15. That hits. That is 16 points of bludgeoning damage, 12 points of necrotic. That is, however, all it gets to do. Does it want to chase after you? It is going to creep up just to the shoreline and get a little bit closer to Sevgi, but not enough to consume you. Moving back down to Ander.
So we can still cast spells with verbal components.
Yes. And even somatic components.
Cool. Misty Step.
All right. That'll do.
I think this is, yes. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And since that is a bonus action, I am then going to chuck an Eldritch Blast at it.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attacks.
Yep. 17 to hit.
That'll hit.
And 3 damage.
All right.
And second one, 21 to hit.
Yep.
For 4 damage.
Okay. What sort of damage is this?
Force.
Gotcha.
Let me double check that. But
It says force under it.
I believe. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
There. Yeah, that's what I thought. So learned my lesson about using necrotic spells on undead.
So
or anything that.
All right.
Move map. I'm going to get just a little bit farther away. Because I am very badly injured. And that's it for me. This turn.
Okay. Shliva, you're drowning. I mean, you're not technically drowning. You're not technically drowning. You can hold your breath, but you are enveloped by weird ghostly water.
Yes, I am casting Polymorph on Krishka to turn Krishka into a giant shark.
Oh boy. I love it.
And then I am going to...
I believe I have something for this. Ilithia, where did you go? You turned into a shark once. Feel free to continue as I look around for a shark. There you are.
And then I am going to... I'm going to grab the healing potion and drink it.
Okay. Feel free to roll for that. Krushka turns into a giant shark. And now there is
Scary.
a giant shark swimming around with Aquila and Shliva.
If it matters to
Can
you, the
Krishka
stat block I
breathe?
have for a giant shark would be a huge beast.
A huge beast. Okay.
Yes.
We will then push you a little bit away.
Like I said, if it matters.
That would also push Aquila a little bit away as well. Okay. And there's not a lot of room inside this otherwise gargantuan votive flood creature, but now with a giant shark.
Can the giant shark breathe in the freshwater elemental?
I'm not going to be overly complicated and worry about freshwater versus saltwater sharks. D&D is, at times, not appropriate to simulate such exactitudes. It has water breathing, we'll keep it at that. I believe that was Shliva's action. Krushka also gets to act?
So according to your rules, I would need to supply her with a command as my bonus action.
Right.
But I elected to drink a
took a
healing potion instead.
Gotcha.
So, does not take an action unless you command it to. Continues to follow that command, or if I am incapacitated or absent, it acts on its own. So, although I don't know if that affects movement.
I
will. Yeah.
I would say, without giving it particular action, it would act as if, because polymorph does change the mental stats, right? It's wild
Yeah.
shape that doesn't. It would act as a shark would act in this instance. It is otherwise in water. I don't think it really understands with somewhere between 2 and 4 intelligence that the armor or the water is bad, and that it can, I guess, bite the water from the inside. So I don't think it would take an action until directed to attack the water it's swimming in. But it could move, I suppose, if you want to move the giant shark out of the water. There's not a lot of room to move around here.
Yeah, I will leave that as
Yeah.
written here,
Yeah.
determined by the DM. I will
Yes.
leave that up to you.
We're,
If you say that the shark does choose not to move, I will concede to that.
We're gonna go with that because that is more or less how Beastmaster works in the many weird iterations that Beastmaster has. Moving on to Sevgi.
Okay, so just I feel like I always have to ask this question, but if I were to move, would that be opportunity attack on me, correct? Or no?
Presumably,
be-
you saw Tali get smacked when she ran away with it, but she was
Yeah.
beyond 5 feet when that happened. This is a very large creature, so its threatened square is more than 5 feet. You're not sure exactly what distances it is, so if you stay close to it, you can sort of flank around it, but if you move too far away from it, it will eventually get a smack at you, since its turn has happened since it hit Tali.
Okay, well, I guess in that case, I'm. Hmm. God damn it.
And for some reason, it took the flood out of the initiative.
I know. It was right after Aquila, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, sorry, my dog just woke up and he started coughing. I apologize.
No worries.
Okay. I guess in this case, I'm just gonna use Magic Missile at 4th level, so just at the flood just to see how that works, I guess.
Okay. Well, that automatically hits, so go ahead and roll however many d4s you get. You
I
should
think
have a
it's
bunch.
7. Yeah, it's 7 altogether. 1 second. So 22 altogether.
22?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
No, sorry, my math is off. And apologize. 1 second. 27. Sorry.
Okay. 27. Yeah, I thought it was a d4 plus 1 however many times. So 7d4 would be plus 7. Cool.
And
Any
I guess
movement
that
or
would
bonus
be.
action?
I guess I'll do a bonus action to take a healing potion as well. So 7 points
Yes, 2d4
of
plus 2,
healing.
7 points of healing. All
Oh,
right. Tali, that brings us down to you. Anders escaped, Sevgi's
Right, right.
escaped. And now there's a giant shark thrashing around inside this ghostly water. You can choose to continue using your action to concentrate on helping to pull Aquila and Shliva out, or you could do something else.
Um, hmm. Seemed to work for 2 of them. One of them to get out. I'm gonna just hold it for 1 more turn.
Okay.
Also back up 2 more spaces.
Okay. It cannot hit you all the way out there.
But in case it wants to step a little closer. I
Yep.
don't know how fast this water can move, so.
Any bonus action you would like to use that would not break concentration?
A bonus action, bonus action. Who looks the most damaged right now? That would be Ander, wouldn't it? Because he's bloodied. Anyone else bloodied?
Oh yeah, but I mean, I don't know how easy that is to see through whatever this water is.
And with the water?
Yeah, it's hard to get a bead on Shliva and Aquila, but I think Sevgi and Ander both look pretty bad.
Okay. How well can I see Ander from there? Because I know there's a fence in my way.
There's 2 fences and some bladed crops, but you can make out enough as long as it's not necessarily line of projectile, line of sight. You can see him, so that
Okay,
should be enough
cool.
for, say, healing word or whatever it is you're doing.
Well, it's just verbal, but it's, yeah. Wait. Creature of your choice that you can see within range. 60 feet? Okay, yeah, that's 60 feet.
That's
Cool.
a
Yeah, I'm going to use,
bonus action.
yeah, it's a bonus action. I'll cast it at 2nd level. Hold on, let me get my character sheet up. Spells. Oh no, where it is. At 2nd level. Oh, it's gonna make me roll. Okay, well, like what, 2d4? Yeah.
Yes, 2d4 plus 3.
Oh, 8 for Ander.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Tali.
You're welcome.
Okay, that brings us down to Aquila. You are the hardiest amongst this group, but this creature does hit hard, and now it seems to have summoned a giant shark. I jest, you are aware that Shliva is able to do such things. But there is a giant shark, a 15-foot long giant shark swimming around in this otherwise 20 by 20 lob of ghost water. You are muted, but you still do have advantage on your athletics check.
Yes. Still trying to get out.
Okay. Go ahead and make your athletics check.
God,
It's even worse this time.
Tolly, take it back. Take your terrible rolls back.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, really. Let me double check the actual wording of this. At first, it is a DC, and then because it is grappled, it is actually an opposed check. So let me roll for it, and if I roll less than the 12 you rolled earlier, I will. Was it 12 or was it 11? No, that was your con
It was
save.
12 earlier.
It was 12 earlier. If I
It
roll
was
less than that
12.
12, I will refund you this turn. And the damage you took previously. Which is a lot of difficult retcon bookkeeping, but you know, I want to be fair.
Question.
Yes.
Because I'm trying to part this water, would that give it disadvantage or is advantage for
I'm already giving one side advantage. I'm not going to give it also disadvantage. I think that's a bit too much.
It's fine.
So that is a strength check for it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh my god. I'm strong.
What the hell?
Yeah.
This is your fault, Jack.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is. You can blame me as the DM for throwing challenging monsters at you.
Challenging monsters?
That is your action. You have
Action.
0 movement. You do have a bonus action.
Yep, so I guess I'm gonna chug a healing potion.
Okay.
Like everybody else be doing.
Yep.
So 7.
Okay. Okay. At the start of the votive flood's turn, it continues to bear its weight down on the 3 of you inside its massive, swirling, ghost-filled form. The ghosts holding you down into the water, keeping you from leaving, piling on you, dozens at a time, not only the weight of the water, but the weight of the corrupted spectral energy, desiring more and more souls to join it in their misery. You each take another 26 point of bludgeoning damage. Uh, 16 is enough to maintain concentration. You needed a 13, I believe.
I am bloodied now.
You are bloodied now. Is Shliva still up?
Barely.
Barely. Okay.
Shark's fine for whatever it's worth.
I mean, it took damage, but otherwise it has health, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, no, the shark is totally fucking.
Yeah,
totally
sharks are
fine.
beefy.
Shark
Okay.
has 20 times the HP.
Sharking along.
So these are spirits of the river, and they would like to return to the river.
No.
with the new souls that they have captured.
But
No.
there's more that aren't captured.
They'll drown you first and then come back.
No.
Dragging you along,
They dropped them.
They cannot go all that far, because it is a concerted effort to move you along with it, especially with Tali trying to pull it back. I am including that in the negation of some of the distance it can move. But you are
Okay.
pulled along with it, and you can tell you're beginning to be dragged down into the actual waters of the River Sans. Sevgi, you would get an attack of opportunity if you would like to smack it with your stick. Unless, of course, you
Yes,
are a
smack the
warcaster, but I
water
don't
with
think
your
you
stick.
are.
I'm not, but sure, why not? If I can get back to it.
A 17 will hit. So you can
Ooh.
click the quarterstaff there and bonk it for some damage. I don't believe your staff itself is actually a magic weapon.
Mm-mm.
So it is mundane bludgeoning damage.
Oop, sorry. That I don't know why. Sorry.
Okay. Somehow you rolled better one-handed than you would have two-handed, but I'm assuming you just did a quick smack with one hand. I will give you that extra damage. Also, knowing that your stick does pass through it, mostly as it would any normal water, you can see it does pull just slightly at some of the ethereal energy that is propelling the spirits in here. It did some damage, but not much, as you would expect, hitting water with a stick. Okay. I should keep track of... All right. That, however, is going to be its turn. Ander, let's finish out this turn order, and then because it is 7 o'clock, I assume you guys are going to want to get going. You cut out there.
Blast it. Oh, sorry. I said, well, my turn will be quick. I'm going to Eldritch Blast it.
Okay. Nice.
That's a little better. That's 8 points of damage to the first.
And 1 afterwards. But
Of course.
at least it does connect. Okay. 2 more blasts of Eldritch energy blast into the river. It's beginning to get difficult to see, but you do manage to pin it down. Anything more from you? Bonus action movement?
No, I don't want to move too far away. No, that's it for now.
Okay. That brings us to Shliva. And Krushka.
I'm going to ask a mechanics question here real quick.
Mm-hmm.
We are not currently suffocating, correct? We are still within the holding our breath rules mechanically.
Yes, I believe each of you can hold your breath for a number of rounds equal to your Constitution modifier.
So the way that the rules are written is everybody can hold their breath for 1 minute plus your Constitution modifier to a minimum of 30 seconds. And then afterwards, you have a number of rounds equal to your Constitution modifier where you are considered drowning,
right.
And
yes.
then you fall unconscious afterwards.
Yes.
But I just want to make sure, are we in the fall unconscious stage? Or are we in the holding our breath stage?
You're in the holding your breath stage.
It hadn't been a minute yet.
And presumably some level of verbal spell components will subtract from time spent because you're exerting breath to
Correct.
verbally. But I'm not going to get into that because hopefully it won't matter. But I just wanted to make sure that I'm not literally about to drown.
Yes, a number
fair.
of minutes equal to 1 plus your Constitution modifier.
Minutes plus your.
Yeah. It's difficult to
Well-
drown in combat. It's more of a environmental.
In real life, I have a very low constitution then because,
Yeah, that's a long
I
time
don't
to hold
think
your
I-
breath.
Hmm.
granted, I'm not in any kind of shape to be taking adventures either. So
I wouldn't. Too. What?
I'm
I
just
wouldn't
doing
want to.
cardio every day.
That's time for that.
All right. As a bonus action, if this actually does anything, I do not know. I am going to yell out and say, Kushka, go! And as an action, I'm gonna try to get out of this.
Okay. Athletics or acrobatics with advantage.
It's a contested roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm rolling
Look, this
real
contested
well
thing
on
isn't
my...
really working out for us either.
No, it's really not.
Yeah.
It's rolling real well.
Don't like that.
No. Okay. So you are simply commanding Krushka to leave?
Yeah. Because I'm currently trying to hold my breath, it seems like a single word command is probably the best I can hope for. And giant, even stupider than a badger shark, may or may not even understand me.
No, mechanically, it would remember its training well enough, even in polymorph form, to take simple commands such as this. So you are foregoing any directive to attack and simply commanding it to flee.
Yes.
Okay. What is the movement speed of your giant shark?
It's a 50-foot swim speed.
Because the flow of the water actually takes it, well, north on the world map, but this way on this map, westward. I am actually going to see if it knocks you out of this effect. I'm basically going to give it a strength check as it moves past you. What is the the giant shark's athletics ability if it gets...
It's a +6 is its
+6.
strength score. So
All right, there we go. Commanding it to flee, taking the quickest path out along the current of the river, Krushka throws its weight into you and pushes you out of the flood as it...
Doesn't knock me out too?
Nope, it's going the wrong direction.
Yeah, right by its tail.
Yeah. It's somewhere over there. Okay. bonus action. Now that you are pushed out, I believe you both act on the same turn, so you can take additional movement if you would like to.
No, that's not sporting.
Okay. And that brings us to the top of our initiative, and probably the easiest place to close this out. If we want to do that. It's up to you guys if you want to continue on to continue this fight, but I know some of you frequently, hold to our normal close time.
Yeah, I'm of
Yeah.
the mindset to stop it at the top
Okay.
because I don't think we're gonna finish this anytime in the next little bit.
Not until we start doing some damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, currently kind of a mess right now. We will close this up here because I really only needed I needed a unanimous decision to continue. So one person saying they had to go means we go. Yeah, so precarious situation we have here with the sacrificial floodwaters literally cloying out of the river itself to pull more sacrifices down to its depths. There's a reason I was harping on that for a bit.
Yeah, no, I figured there was a reason.
Okay, so we will pick up next week. Much of our party, if not all of it, is beaten and bloody, and this creature literally made out of the river itself is quite in its element. So we have a week to figure out what we're going to do to combat this ghostly water. And I'm excited to see what we get up to. Excited and also terrified. Because, man, high CR creatures, they are difficult to contend with. So I think that's where we're going to end. A little bit of a somber note for the party, because I think they're all fearing for their lives. But otherwise, I think it was a rather interesting session, and more or less happy with how it went. So we're going to presumably go do an after show, talk about some things. Try to keep it fairly quick because our after shows have been going on far too long. So we will try to have a nice after show, get some insight on what is going on here because we talked about a lot. We have a lot of pieces of the puzzle to reconcile. So thank you for joining us. I saw we had quite a nice turnout today with some new people watching the stream, new people in the chat. So thank you for the follows, those of you who had followed along. Thank you, Seventh Roll, for raiding in with a party. And those of you who have been joining in either today or with us for a little bit now in chat asking what is going on. If you missed any of the earlier episode or want to catch up, that will be on YouTube. Because of Twitch rules and whatnot, this episode will be available on Monday around 2 o'clock, so look out for that there. Otherwise, keep an eye on the Discord and the Twitter as far as, other things I drop, announcements and Patreon stuff. So go check out there, go check out Patreon. That's how you get access to after shows, all kinds of other goodies, and the very interesting one-on-one D&D session I did with Aquila, which has a ton more information and a lot more nuance than was necessarily fully portrayed today. But that's exactly as it is intended, because both player and character will not be able to 100% verbatim get 3 hours worth of lore dictation perfectly distributed to 4 other people. So with that, stay tuned throughout the week for other things. It's a crazy world. Everybody stay safe and healthy and happy, especially healthy. And, if you have a nice, well-tended crop of heart tomatoes, keep them away from ghostly river spirits because they destroy crops. It's no good. Keep your heart tomatoes safe and everybody stay healthy. Good night, everybody.